Storms on the prowl right now. You'll notice a new severe thunderstorm warning just popping now for Tuscaloosa County. There's strong wind up and down this entire line. There have been some reports of wind damage across sections of Mississippi, and kind of as advertised, even absent thunderstorms, it is extremely windy, and that shows up extremely well now in the power outage data. For Alabama, 17,500. That number grows to 45,000 in Mississippi, 10,000 in Louisiana, 30,000 in Arkansas, Tennessee at 20,000, Georgia already at 2,000 as well. And frankly, the storms really haven't even arrived yet. These power outages are almost exclusively the result of some strong straight line wind. Or strong non-thunderstorm wind that's sort of out ahead of all of this thing. So that's where we are right now with the power outage scenario. The line of showers and thunderstorms now entering into northwest Alabama. Now, the other thing we've got our eye on here, back down to the south, we're watching for any kind of storm development right out here, right? This is an area down here where there's a lot of warm air. It's very muggy. It hasn't rained today, but so far, so good. These showers and storms that have popped down here have been relatively inconsequential. Let me walk you through a couple of pieces of computer model data here. I want to begin with the Barron computer model. It suggests over the course of the next few hours, we would start to see a little strengthening in the mix here over southwest Alabama specifically, right down here, right? Then as time goes on here, these storms would kind of move northeast, and then the line itself would also at the same time begin to kind of bear down on the area. So you'll notice here by 4 o'clock in the morning, you've got line of storms northwest of Montgomery, individual storm cores out here into parts of Bullock, Montgomery, Macon counties. Then as the night wears on, the entire thing moves east. Now, at this point, cooler air would have undercut a lot of this back over Montgomery, and the real severe weather risk by 6 o'clock is really over here. Barber, Coffee, Dale, Geneva, Henry, Houston, Russell counties. Isolated tornadoes in the mix there. Some pockets of damaging wind can't be ruled out either. So then by 8 o'clock, this is all in Georgia. Again, this is the Barron computer. We have other pieces of data, though. This is the high-res rapid refresh model. The similarities here are on, but look at this. This is really the core kind of question in the whole forecast is, see this big batch of storms right here. That's out ahead of the line. By 2 o'clock, the line is barely into Marengo, Perry, and Dallas, but current indications, the latest data we have suggests that we could start to bubble up some pretty intense storm cores in southwest and south central Alabama by around 2 to 2:30 in the morning. Then the line races east and eventually sort of merges and forms these big clusters of storms by 3, 4, and 5 o'clock in the morning. And this would be a corridor over here where I think we could deal with isolated tornadoes and damaging wind within those most intense cores. By 6:30, most of it is gone, and by 8:30, essentially all of it is gone. And then life gets really interesting. Watch this with me. So blue on this map is snow, and well, would you look at that? This is the HRRR, the high-res rapid refresh, has a little band of light to moderate snow moving mainly north of Montgomery, but rain and this would be a mess, right? This would be not a travel mess. This would be some rain. This would be a few wet snowflakes mixing in with the rain. Temperatures will be above freezing, and the ground's really warm, so anything that fell would melt pretty quick. But did just want to put that on your radar, that we may deal with. You may see a few wet snowflakes mixing in with some rain there Monday morning through early afternoon. What a storm system. Yeah, I mean, this thing is just crazy, isn't it? So we'll kill that and go back to the Birmingham radar here. That gives us the best view in of the existing storms that we're dealing with. This is still about probably 45 to an hour away from Marengo County. So Courtney asked about do I have the sun kiss ready for tonight? Hey, you tell me, sis. Indeed, I do. I even have a cup of ice ready to go with it, too. I see we have a lot of the what about questions. Let me just sort of, again, reemphasize There is no one on planet Earth that can tell you where a tornado will form an hour, 2 hour, 3 hours in advance. It's not humanly possible. There's no computer model that can predict it accurately, consistently either. So with a situation like this, the best we can do more than an hour or so in advance is tell you the atmosphere is favorable for tornadoes, and we think it's favorable for a lot of tornadoes or just isolated tornadoes. Or we think it's favorable for some strong tornadoes or mainly your EF0 types, right? That's the information we can give you. Now, once we get inside of an hour and we see the storm, we see how it's rotating, we see how it's behaving, we can track that thing right down to the street level using this Barron technology. We can zero in on this. We can go down, show you all kinds of pieces of data and show you what roads, what neighborhoods, what barbecue joints, everything this thing's going to hit. But until we get to that point, there's really we have to be a lot more general with the information. So asking me more than an hour ahead of time, what about Slap Out? What about Pine Level? What about Marbury? Doesn't make any sense. I don't have any great information to give you, right? And no one else does either. All we can sort of tell you is there's a chance of some strong to severe thunderstorms in the mix. The possibility does exist of some damaging wind and some isolated tornadoes. All right, couple of ideas here. Candace has a great question. Any chance these storms will weaken as they move into the central and eastern part of the state? No, I actually suspect it'll go the other way, and the reason for that, there's a lot of reasons for that, but the big one is the temperature. Look, I mean, you get over here into central and east Alabama, we are still way up in the upper 60s and low 70s, essentially all across central and south Alabama. Wind shear will increase, low-level jet will increase, the kind of kinematic wind fields will increase as the line moves in. So what I suspect is going to happen here is we are seeing a lull right now in this line, right? This over here, look at this. This is pretty wimpy right now over here into parts of Mississippi, right? But as this moves on into Alabama, it gets into a more favorable environment, and I think we'll see an uptick in storm intensity, particularly once it reaches about I-65. The other thing we'll kind of be keeping our eye on here as I switch over to the Mobile radar will be what happens down in south and southwest Alabama. So far, these have just been kind of your garden variety showers, but I suspect as time goes on, we'll start to see some more intense storms develop out here and then move northeast, right? So that won't happen for another couple of hours, but the short-range model guidance is actually pretty consistent in that idea. And the pattern favors it too, and you're getting a pretty strong low-level jet kicking in off the Gulf right now. This would be 5,000-ish, 3,500-ish feet above the ground. You've got these really strong winds coming in from the southwest. And the strongest of that wind is down here along the immediate coast, but that little low-level jet max is going to come up into our area over the course of the next couple of hours. And that's going to lead to an uptick in storm intensity, unfortunately, I think, for a lot of us, particularly the middle and eastern sections. Parts of West Alabama may get to ride this out and kind of stay in the lull, but not everyone, right? And even in that lull, look, it's still there's still some impactful storms in there. Severe thunderstorm warnings back into south central Mississippi. And look, this is along this line of thunderstorms. Even in the area where there's a quote-unquote lull, you've got 30 and 40 and 45-mile-per-hour wind gust right now, back towards Meridian, Newton, Philadelphia, Macomb, Brookhaven, Mississippi, and then up into the Tennessee Valley in North Alabama, the same kind of thing, right? Really strong wind now coming into Huntsville, Hartselle, Decatur, back down towards Jasper, Double Springs, Moulton, Tuscaloosa, Northport. Some of this doesn't have anything to do with thunderstorms. This is a very deep dynamic storm system, and as a result, you've got a lot of wind involved with it. Speaking of that deep dynamic storm system, check this thing out. This thing's a monster. You've got a big, long line of storms here. On the northern side of this, you're actually dealing with a substantial winter storm, big blizzard up across Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, Michigan. But for us, we're on the stormy side of life here, and we're going to deal with this kind of skinny line of thunderstorms. But as I've mentioned, I suspect over the course of the next 60 to 90 minutes, you'd start to see some new storm development along the coast, and then that would move back up towards the north. So it's 12:27. You're watching a live stream on WSFA, on the WSFA family of apps, and on my Facebook and YouTube pages. If you're watching on Facebook, I would encourage you to check out YouTube. I'm on there as Josh Johnson Weather. Just go to YouTube, search Josh Johnson Weather, subscribe. Not only do I do live updates, but I'll post a lot of long-form weather discussions on that page as well. So I would invite you to do that. Also, if you're watching on Facebook, I would encourage you download the WSFA First Alert Weather app to your mobile device. And if you have a connected TV, if you use Amazon, Fire, Apple TV, or Roku, go to where you go to get your apps and search WSFA. And you can stream these sorts of segments on your big screen TV, right? I know we all are on our phones all the time, but most of you spent some pretty good money on a big TV in your living room, right? So you can watch these updates on the big screen there as well if you do that. Is a brick house safe during tornadoes? It is one of the safer options, absolutely. The safest option is a storm shelter or a basement, but a sturdily built brick home is a good option during a tornado. Is Raymer still 3 out of 5? Yes, it is. Why are we being rude, though? I don't know. I don't know why people are being rude. But they are. Russell's in the house. Hey, hey. I am stacked up with Diet Sunkist. We got that. Also, if my wife is sleeping, but if she were to watch this later, I am drinking some water tonight. I went and bought this in the drink machine. I am not the biggest water fan in the world, and I know it's so good for you, but gosh, I really like something flavored. So, and I need the caffeine tonight, so I'm trying to balance it out here. I've got some Sunkist Zero and some water, so I'm going to stay hydrated. And we're going to walk you through this whole thing here as the night wears on. So how is Tallahassee? You're fine for now. We have multiple hours before this thing really gets wound up into our part of the world. So there is a lot of time to watch and wait. People asking about, is it safe to go to sleep? You need multiple reliable ways of getting weather warnings. And if you've listened over the years, if you have a NOAA weather radio and you've got it programmed for your county, then yes, it is safe to go to sleep. That thing will wake the dead. It's really loud. It's extremely reliable technology. If you have a weather app that will alert you for severe weather, it's safe to go to bed. Make sure your phone is charging. Make sure your phone is out of silent mode and not in do not disturb mode, right? You don't want it in silent mode. You don't want it in do not disturb mode. But sure, yeah, you could go to bed. Just make sure you have some system in place that would wake you up in the event of a tornado warning. It says, the cap still in place in the southern half of Alabama? Yes, it is. For now, right? A cap means there's some warmer air aloft that can sort of suppress storm development. So, and we'll get into the weeds on all of this here in just a moment, but and I'll show you what a cap is, what it looks like on a sounding. We use something called a forecast sounding to help us determine if there's a cap, and frankly to determine a lot of things, but those are the biggies. Let's go into the HRRR, and what I will do here is show it to you on this. And please leave me alone. Well, this gives us a little, nope, I don't need the tour. I'm a paying customer and have been a long time. No need for a tour. Do not need the tour. Just need you to show what I want you to show. Okay, so this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll pop into the regional, and then we'll go down here, and I'll show you where the storm, kind of what the storm environment looks like right now. This was valid at 11, so we need to come forward a couple of hours, right? So we'll go out to this. This is around 1 o'clock, so this is essentially nowish. But if you go down here into South Alabama, I can show you the forecast sounding on this, and not a ton of a cap there, but I will say that there's not a ton of, the instability that you have is sort of skinny instability, right? But you have plenty, right? I mean, that Cape number's big, 1975, that's a whopper. Your lapse rates are not that great. The air does not get very cold very quickly, right? It's also a very loaded moisture profile. You are at saturation from the surface all the way up to around 700 millibars, which is around 3 kilometers above the ground. Your wind fields are kind of unidirectional there. See these little wind barbs right here? Those are all kind of blowing out of the same direction, those little arrows right there. So that kind of gives us a hint, too, that the wind shear is a little slow to get in. And we've got ways of looking at that, kind of the maps over here. The best one I like is the 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity. Big word, I know. It's really pretty straightforward. This just shows you the tendency of the air to move in kind of a corkscrew fashion. And you'll notice as the storms get going, it kind of maximizes here in South and East Alabama. A lot of this that you see back here, this is behind the storms. This would be kind of the environment where you would need to be careful. See how this one has a lot more turning of the wind, right? Southerly surface wind, really strong low-level jet in there, 50 knots, 55 knots. You've got a ton of turning of the wind with height, decent instability, not a ton, but you have enough probably, especially nearby. I mean, that may be just behind the storms there. So anyway, that's kind of we'll call that the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. Hey, look, guys, there's no, who do we need to blog? I'm looking back now about who do we, just comment and tell me who to block and I'll block them. I don't care. And I may have already hid them or something because I don't see a ton on here that's just crazy rude, but, oh, is it Richard Hudson Jr.? Well, dang. He seemed like not a Richard. Oh, Kodak, we got to block Kodak too? Oh, well, that's no fun. Well, yeah, I mean, look, be nice or you will be gone, is what I would say to that. Update from the National Weather Service in Mobile. They think after midnight, as the front moves east, a little short wave will help to kind of intensify the storms. Everything I've been telling you, right? Overall, strong winds will favor supercell storm modes if storms intensify between midnight and 1 along that boundary. Now, it's 12:35, and so far we haven't seen a lot of that just yet, so we'll see. A few strong tornadoes could occur, especially with the more discrete supercells across areas east of I-65. There still remains some uncertainty, even at this late hour, with respect to the supercell storm potential, but we do anticipate this to occur. So there you go. So far, so good. I would say, if anything, this has been a little slower. This is running a little bit behind schedule. But the intensity forecast, I think, is still a pretty strong play. All right, well, Richard couldn't be nice, so as soon as yes, Russell, I do think supercells will eventually develop. I think it's going to take some more time, though. And I really think mainly down in South Alabama is really the kind of core area where you would see that. So, yeah. Let's see here. All right, let's go back into the Mobile radar and kind of keep an eye. That's what we're watching. See these little these showers and storms right in here, right? And again, this is kind of that area where I expect this to fill in. And then once they form, they will move back up towards the northeast, is how this is going to go. Jessica with the state EMA is on here. Jessica Schweiger. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, that summit was great. The state EMA hosted a summit down in Troy back in February, and great to get all those really smart people in the same room and people who care a lot about making Alabama a more resilient place. So, look, hey, Demetrius says, I'm so sleepy, I've been in my safe spot for hours. There is no need for anyone in Alabama, in our part of Alabama, to be in their safe spot yet. Guys, you don't go to your safe spot until a warning is issued, unless you live in a mobile home and it takes you more than 5 minutes. Then you'll want to kind of wait until the storms get close and then go, right? Once they get within about 30 minutes. But right now, no one is under an active tornado warning. You do not need to be sitting in your safe place. You need to be ready to get to it, but you don't have to be in it yet. That's kind of silly. Getting really loud in Huntsville. Yeah, I buy that. Well, let's go back in time and watch this. These little showers. They're trying, right? So far, we've just not been able to sustain the updraft long enough to tap into all the kind of the overall atmospheric conditions. So that'll be the kind of the million-dollar question: is this little corridor down here where we're seeing these storms pop down into parts of Clark County? Did those strengthen? Did those move north, or do they kind of just sort of, the ones that formed earlier back over here? You can kind of see as they moved up north, they really kind of just petered out. These are a little farther south, so they're in a little more favorable storm environment. So a lot of this, look, I've spent 25 years now watching radar on nights like tonight, and we've got all these models and computers and sophisticated forecast processes and all that, but a lot of these events, you still end up just kind of watching radar and seeing what happens, right? We do not have the answers to the test before we take it. This is not a open book test either. So, yeah, there you go. Genesis, I do not know that the storms will weaken before they get to Georgia. What's the weather looking like for the game Saturday at Riverwalk Stadium? I haven't even looked out that far yet. Yeah, we've got so much weather happening in the next 36 hours. I'm laser focused on that. I'll update you in time. We got plenty of time to talk about the game Saturday. I love baseball, love Riverwalk Stadium. So we will get into that, I promise. But if you'll give me a little grace on it, I've had a little bit of tunnel vision here on figuring out, are we going to have tornadoes? Are we going to have snow? Are we going to have freezing temperatures? Blah, blah, and so on and so forth. All right, severe thunderstorm warnings into Sumter County. You've got kind of an ugly cluster of thunderstorms here. Let's go back to the Birmingham radar. That'll give us a better look in there. Big ugly storms coming now into northern Sumter County, talking north of Livingston, up near Gainesville. You can see a little core right there. That's probably producing some pretty intense wind gusts there west of Gainesville. This is racing east very, very quickly. So this will speed across Sumter. From Marengo, I still think it's probably about another hour out. So between 1 and 2 a.m., this gets over towards Marengo County. Then back to the north, storms coming now into Tuscaloosa County, raining torrentially along Highway 82 near the Pickens County line. And then back up here into northern Tuscaloosa County, you've got that severe thunderstorm warning in effect there. Severe thunderstorm warning back down into Greene County, into Pickens County, into Walker County. Expiration times here are all a little different based on exactly where the storm is and how fast it's moving. But the general idea is these run for about the next 30 minutes or so in most spots. So yeah, those are starting to fill in a little bit down to the south, right? We'll go back in time over the last 15 minutes, just watch the last few radar scans down here into Wilcox. And yeah, they are starting to fill in a little bit there, maybe intensify some in northern Clark County, back into western Wilcox, far northern Wilcox and eastern Marengo, and then back up into parts of Perry County, some little downpours here. Again, right now these are not dangerous. Let's emphasize that, but we do see enough in these to where we'll start to see if we can crank up the intensity a little bit. Do we see these start to become some more supercellular and tap into some of that storm environment that's a little more favorable for storms, right? So far, these showers out ahead of the line have not been able to maintain an updraft long enough to really do that. Let's go back to the probably Mobile. Give us well, I don't know. We're out there in that West Alabama radar gap, which makes this even less fun than it already is in terms of getting data out there. But yeah, it seems to be filling in. Those last few radar scans, there does seem to be kind of some upstream growth happening with those little small pieces of convection out here. Again, that's northern Clark, central and western Wilcox, eastern Marengo. Right now, there's nothing that just jumps off the screen as being dangerous. But again, we're watching for trends there. Do we start to see those storms intensify a bit? Speaking of storms, coming now into Tuscaloosa County, check it out. Worst of it is through Pickens now, coming through Aliceville, Carrollton, Gordo, and Reform. Now it's cruising right down 82 towards Coker and the city of Tuscaloosa. So torrential rain, thunder, lightning, and very gusty wind in this. That's the main concern here, is damaging straight line wind as it comes on into the city of Tuscaloosa. And then back to the north, there's more where that came from. Up here into Walker County near Cordova, Jasper, and then over into far southern Coleman County, some showers around Arkadelphia. The more intense storm cores in Coleman will be out near Crane Hill, and then from Simcoe back north towards Eva, in Hartselle and Priceville, and south of Decatur now. This line's moving east very quickly. Severe thunderstorm warnings all the way now over to the Georgia border, up across Jackson and DeKalb counties. Fort Payne, Mentone, Valley Head, Scottsboro, Henniger, Skyline. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and damaging wind gusts are possible. Pretty intense storm core there. That would be along 231 near Allen's Crossroads. Again, this is in North Alabama. This is not here locally. The line is still well west and north of us right now. Are we looking for 2 rounds? Depends. If we get these storms ahead of the line to get cranked up a little bit, then yeah, some of you will get 2 rounds. Not everyone. The storms that form down here are going to be more isolated and kind of clusters. Rather, this back here is kind of a solid line. This will be little pops, little blurbs, little clusters of storms that will affect some of us, and then the line will sweep through after that and affect essentially all of us. They both the line itself and the storms that could form ahead of it have some danger attached to them. There will be some damaging wind gusts potential, especially in that line. But the storm cores, if we get supercells ahead of the line, any cores that get going out ahead of that, you could deal with some isolated wind damage there. And I think there's a tornado threat within both, especially if the short-range data is right here. And let's pop back into that and show you that again. This is the high-res rapid refresh model. And watch what it does here. It's initialized pretty well. This is valid essentially right now. And it's got some showery storms getting going down here. It's got the line back here. But watch what happens between 1246 and 246. You get more explosive storm development out here in south central and parts of central Alabama. And then the line itself becomes a little more clustery, right? Instead of that straight up and down line, you're kind of getting some embedded HP supercells within that line. And then that trend really only deepens as you move towards 4, 5, and 6 a.m. And by the time you get over here to 4:47 in the morning, you've got this intense line of storms that runs from Covington up through Crenshaw into Pike and Bullock and Macon and Lee. And by that point, it's kind of a line here in Lee, but you'll notice into Bullock and Pike and Crenshaw, this is really more individual storm cells that are, there's two different types of lines. There is a line of storms, and then there is a line of individual storms that are kind of lined up together, but it's almost like 5 lightning bugs versus like 1 LED strip light, right? Can you kind of conceptualize the difference in that? If you looked outside and you saw a big LED strip light, that's 1 continuous light. If you looked outside and saw 5 lightning bugs in a line, those are 5 different dots. So by the time it gets into East Alabama, it's a little more dotty. And no, that is not at all a scientific term, but we're going to bust it out anyway. That's the HRRR. The Barron model has the same concept, is a little slower with it. And you'll note here timing-wise, for Troy, the worst of it's through, I think, by 6. A lot of this by 7, these are just sort of leftover showers and storms. The tornado threat would essentially be gone by this point in time down here, right? And then whatever, these leftover downpours kick on out of here no later than 8 o'clock. None of this is severe at this point. There's just leftover showers, leftover downpours, and then we'll watch the back side of it to see if we see that brief little flirtation with some wintry weather, right? The raw data suggests kind of a mix. You get mainly rain, but you also get a few wet snowflakes mixing in there as this thing comes on across us late morning into the early afternoon. That does not look like a big accumulating snow situation for us. I wonder, though, if you get up here into northeast Alabama, up on some of these ridge tops, and you get up into North Georgia onto some of those ridge tops, I think the ground could turn white up there. I think someone could get a inch of snow up there. Mount Cheaha, Mentone, Sand Mountain, the Blue Ridge Mountains up here in North Georgia. And I think this is a sneaky type of snow that, Gatlinburg's right over here. Somewhat up in the Smokies could really get clocked with some big snow amounts with this type of system. So just something fun to think about while we're waiting on these storms to pop or not pop. A question, do you think it's going to get bad in Autauga County? If I knew that, I'd tell you that. I don't know. I think in Autauga County, it's a lock that you're going to have heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind. That part is no doubt. The question, though, is not that. The question is, do we get dangerous weather? And until a storm forms and is a county or two away, we don't have any way of knowing. We cannot predict where a tornado will be more than an hour in advance, right? So right now we're just watching trends. I can tell you the atmosphere is favorable for tornadoes. I can tell you I think someone in the southern 2/3 of the state of Alabama will probably have a tornado or two in that. Maybe more than that. We may have a handful of tornadoes. We won't have a tornado outbreak. I don't think we're going to have 50 tornadoes, but I think we could have 5, tornadoes in the southern 2/3 or so of the state, roughly south of Birmingham. We will have pockets of wind damage. We will have tens of thousands of power outages due to the wind. But if I knew right now that there would be a tornado in Montgomery at 3:58 a.m., I would be screaming that from the mountaintops. I would be telling you that. The way it all works is when I know, you know. I don't hide anything. I'm an open book. If I think something's not going to be bad, I tell you that. If I think something's going to be bad, I tell you that. If I think something could be bad, but I'm not sure where, I tell you that. And that's where most of these land. We think there's the potential for some rough weather tonight, but as far as exactly who gets what and where and when, we don't know yet. There are a lot of comments. Yeah, I mean, you can ask about specific cities. It's America, you know, it's a free country. I'm just a straight shooter. I'm just telling you, like, you know, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Rich Thomas doesn't have an answer for that. James Spann doesn't have an answer for that. Brad Travis doesn't have an answer for that. Alan Sills doesn't have an answer for that. The good Lord does, and he ain't telling. So the best we can do at this point is give you some rough timing estimates, and we can give you, yes, the atmosphere is favorable for tornadoes. We can tell you yes or no, the atmosphere is favorable for big tornadoes or just little tornadoes, a lot of tornadoes or just a few tornadoes. We can give you that information, but as far as there will be a tornado at this location at this time, we can't do that until we get within about an hour. And that's the lay of the land. That is the state of the state of science. We don't have supercells yet, Genesis, but we could at any moment. What's your thought on hotels for safe places? It depends. If you live in a mobile home that has, 17 pine trees directly over it, a hotel is a better choice. I'm a huge believer in, even if you can't get to the best place, if you can get to a better place for a reasonable cost of time and money, you should probably do that. Especially, this is a level 3, right? This is a level 3 storm risk. Let me show you that. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. Well, actually, they've issued a new day 1 now, so that's the new one valid early tomorrow morning. So the ongoing day 1, I guess, would be, you'd have to go back in time to get that, I guess. How about that? That's not the actual, that's the severe weather outlook for after 7 a.m. Let's clarify on that. I'll pop up the one for, that's kind of a little more nowish. Let's see here. So the way this works, at 1 o'clock, the SPC issues the new day 1 outlook. That goes for the following day, right? So that's what you're looking at on the screen right now. The existing day 1 outlook is still in effect, and I'm about to show it to you. So that's the existing day 1 outlook right there, and you can kind of see Alabama, essentially all of the states in a level 3. That's an enhanced risk for severe weather. The tornado risk is greatest kind of in the southeastern corner of the state, really from about Auburn to Montgomery to Greenville and Evergreen. Points south from there, the risk is a little higher, but we're splitting hair there. There's a tornado risk in every square inch of Alabama tonight. And again, I can't tell you ahead of time, more than an hour or so, exactly where the biggest tornado threat is. So for now, we kind of just watch, wait, and see. Let's go back to the Birmingham next rat here. Yeah, that's filling in a little bit now. I think we can pretty safely say that the trend in the last 30 minutes is definitely towards strengthening. If anything, I like that we're seeing a lot of these. If you see these kind of clusters of storms, to some degree, this fast upstream development means that they end up sort of competing with each other for resources. So hopefully that trend continues. The line is now getting into Meridian. Yeah, the city of Meridian getting popped pretty good now. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind coming through the Queen City. I used to work in Meridian way back when. It's actually my first ever TV job was at WTOK TV. Fun fact, Nick Gunner that's on our weather team, his first TV job was also at WTOK. And there are a lot of people that work in our business who started their careers at dear old WTOK TV. For a station its size, it sure has produced a lot of, especially meteorologists. There's a view in downtown Meridian right now. That's their Mississippi Power Camera Network at WTOK. And you can see the roads are wet, but it doesn't look like the world is ending or anything. It's just kind of a little line of thunderstorms now that's coming into Meridian. This will soon be crossing the state line into Sumter County. So Cuba, York, Livingston, if you have family or friends at UWA, there's no tornado warning. They don't need to go anywhere. Just tell them to hunker down. The wind will kick up. There will be a lot of heavy rain. There will be a lot of thunder and lightning in that mix, and then life will get a little better. Then back to the north here. This is also coming into the campus of the University of Alabama now. This cluster of thunderstorms entering into the city of Tuscaloosa. Torrential rain, lots of wind in this mix as well. Let me show you that. We'll go to the base velocity product here, and yeah, I mean, it's just a screaming wind now. Some inbound wind values up around 70, 75 miles per hour in spots along this line. Now understand, these values that you see on the screen here are a few thousand feet above the ground. They're not ground level measurements, but still, if you've got thunderstorms in the area, which we do, then a sizable percentage of that wind will make it down to the Earth's surface. So I think it is possible, if not likely, that we will be seeing 65 to 70 mile per hour winds across much of Tuscaloosa County within that line of thunderstorms there. So, and then it extends back up to the north as well, back into parts of Jasper County, Walker County, Cullman County getting hit pretty good now, Baileyton, Holly Pond, over to Cullman and Hanceville. These individual storm cores will see the little purple pops there? Those will be the most efficient wind movers. Those will move more of the wind from cloud level to ground level. The brighter the color is, the more efficient it will be at doing that. So that's what we will see, these little cores that are ducting a lot of that wind down to the surface, and you're getting some pretty intense wind north of Baileyton, west of Hanceville, right along I-65, and then back into southwestern Cullman County, and then from there over into Walker County, north of Sipsey. It's these little intense cores where you've got that going on right now. What time for Dallas County? Great question. And let me line up a graphic for you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict? I hope so, Your Honor. I hope the verdict we have reached is nothing bad's going to happen. That'd be a great verdict, wouldn't it? Would y'all like that verdict? I know I would. I'm a few seconds away from showing you this. Okay, so this is the storm timeline graphic we've been going with. If this is hard to see, I've posted it full screen on my Facebook page. So you can kind of look and see here. But these times we may have to shift some of these back. This has been a little bit slower moving. One of these comments is great, by the way. My husband refuses to listen to the weather because it's never what it says it is. We said today would be warm and windy, and today was warm and windy. We told you days ago there would be storms Sunday night with the potential for wind damage. You know what's happening Sunday night? There are storms with the potential for wind damage. I told you 9 days ago that it was going to turn sharply colder around March the 16th. You all want to know what's happening on March 16th? It's turning sharply colder. We may even see a few snowflakes flying. What does your husband expect exactly out of a weather forecast, and how can I get there? If you're watching this, if you made that comment, if you agree with that comment, if you think the same way. And I'm not coming at you, I'm really not. I don't know what the expectation is. I hate letting people down. It's one of my least favorite things. I don't understand what the expectation is. That if we're telling you 5, 6, 7, 8 days in advance, and are you mad that in Autauga County, instead of 1 to 4 a.m., it's probably going to be more like 2 to 5? I mean, again, what is the expectation here? That's really the $1 million question, is what are we not giving you that you really want? Why does your husband think we're dumb? Why does your husband think I'm an idiot? Those are the questions. And look, this is open season. I'm streaming all night. Fire away. I don't have any feelings left to hurt. That's not possible. So let me know. I would love to help you. I would love for your husband to go, man, Josh, that's a helpful cat. I really like the work he does. I'm not perfect. The weather forecast, if you're looking for perfection, never become a meteorologist. You'll never get there. We will never get there. But it's really good these days. And I'm not saying that about me. I'm saying that about the whole weather get-up, the whole weather industry. It's really good. But there's this perception that the weather is never what it says it is. That's what that comment says. The weather is never what it says it is. And that's not true. Again, we said Saturday would be really nice, and then Sunday would be windy and warm. And then it would storm Sunday night, and it would turn cold Monday, and we would have frost and freeze issues Monday night and Tuesday night, and then it would be short-lived, and then we would warm up after that. And you know what's going to happen? Every little bit of that I just said is what's going to happen. Every bit of it. So what do you want? What are you looking for? I'm really not getting him. I don't know. I don't know what they're looking for. I'm not even sure we were off by a few hours. I think we were, it's probably going to be about an hour. These times that you see here, I would knock them back 1 hour, and that'll probably be pretty, it'll still fall within that line, within that time frame. It'll be towards the end of it, right? But again, we'll adjust this, but these times will end up being pretty close, I think. It'll just be more towards the end of that. Depending on exactly what happens with those cells popping in southwest Alabama, that's where this is very, very difficult. Timing the line's pretty easy. Timing the supercells and exactly where they form and who they affect makes this graphic a lot harder to kind of get right and to nail it down. So anyway, that's the deal there. Look at how warnings are issued. A lot of times it says radar indicated. What all plays into that? Just the rotation from the velocity? I like following along on radar scope. Jacob, that's an awesome question. So for a warning to be issued, a radar indicated warning to be issued, you need a couple of different things. It can't just be rotation on one scan on one slice. Remember, on radar scope, you can actually look at the different tilts of the radar. Radar looks out, completes a scan, and then it raises up a degree or two and then does another scan. It raises up another degree or two and does another scan. So we get these different tilts of the radar beam that show us different heights of the storm, different slices of the storm as you go up. You need deep, persistent rotation. Deep rotation means the radar is detecting it at multiple slices, multiple levels of the storm. It's not just a tiny little area that's rotating, it's a lot of the storm. Persistent rotation means it shows up in multiple scans. So you need to see deep, persistent rotation. Then when you start to see the greens and reds get bright and interlock and you form a velocity couplet, that also becomes a really, okay, we're really concerned about this. So deep, persistent rotation, particularly on the storm relative velocity. If you're looking for tornadoes on radar scope, storm relative velocity is going to be your friend. So have a look at the 3Z RRFS. Yeah, some gnarly supercells in the southern third of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle in the next 2 to 4 hours. I have seen, I will say this, the RRFS remains experimental, and it's had that on a few runs now, where it just shows like the world goes crazy with intense storms in South Alabama. Typically, the RRFS is a little overcooked. It gets a little aggressive with convection, particularly after about 6 hours. So I'm not saying we can dismiss it. I'm saying it. I view it with a grain of salt. Y'all making him crash out. That was not a crash out, I promise. That was an honest conversation. Zero crash out. I very rarely crash out. And if I do, it's usually on inanimate objects. Like my old ice maker. Oh man, I had some crash outs on the old ice maker. That thing, it just broke all the time. And we're an ice heavy house. We need ice. Ice baby. So, is there a chance of it getting weak before getting to Prattville? No, I actually think it probably goes the other direction. I think we'll probably see some intensification as it gets a little closer. What constitutes cells in southwest Alabama to be called supercells? If they are kind of strong, consistent updrafts, you get into some storm structure stuff there. Right now, I would not classify these as supercells, but if they keep intensifying and the updraft gets a little more intense and consistent, you could maybe make that argument. Does the storm slowing down affect the intensity? No, not really, no. And when I say slowing down, I mean it really, what do we have for Marengo County? 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. These storms will arrive probably just before 2 a.m. So again, I think the timeline that we went with earlier tonight is going to be close to correct, if not correct. It'll just be towards the end of that window. For Marengo, we said 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. It's really going to be, 1:45 to 2:30, 1:45 to 2:15. The other thing that will happen, this may begin to accelerate. Sometimes that happens too. So we shall see. Hey, Josh, middle school student wanting to be a meteorologist. Any tips or advice? Sure, yeah, we need good meteorologists. I hope you do it. Be ready to kiss your family goodbye and spend nights with strangers on streams. That's going to happen. So just be ready for that. But look, meteorology is a great career path. Whether you go into the private sector, whether you get into broadcast, whether you get into research, there are so many great avenues in meteorology. And you, and only you, can answer the question about which one of those is the best fit for you. But gosh, I hope you do it. Pick a college, right? I don't know how old you're in middle school. So you're coming up on time where you need to be thinking about a college. And luckily for you, within a 4-hour drive of you, there's really good meteorology schools. Mississippi State, the University of South Alabama, the University of Alabama, Huntsville, Florida State University, the University of Georgia has atmospheric science program. I mean, you've got some really good options, right? And several of them are in state, which mom and dad will likely appreciate quite a bit. So I would encourage you to go after it. I would encourage you to understand the hours are going to be weird, because when the weather is bad, you are working. And that doesn't, if it's midnight, if it's 1 in the morning, if it's Christmas Day, it doesn't really matter. If people are relying on you, you got to be there. So, but gosh, go for it. And tell you what, email me. Just email me, and I will send you some more information. And you can come tour the TV station. I don't know where you live. If you live close here to Montgomery, you can come tour the TV station. I'll walk you through meteorology, how it works, challenges, opportunities. There's never been more opportunities, especially in the streaming space. I mean, we see it on YouTube. There are people, that are just killing it on YouTube with streaming weather information. So, yeah, go after it. Gosh, that's encouraging. That's pretty cool. Is it not encouraging that a tornado watch hasn't been issued for the river region? I honestly think that's just a matter of time. Let me check the SBC page and see if we've got any. Usually what they'll do, they'll issue a mesoscale discussion ahead of that. Let's see here. They issued one at 11:14, so that's like 2 hours ago. Yeah, so no, there is no imminent tornado watch for the river region. However, I will tell you, I think it is exceedingly likely that the river region ends up in a tornado watch. I would put the odds of that at over 90%. It's not 100, but I would say it's probably 95% that the river region ends up in a tornado watch, probably in the next couple of hours. That gets back to Michaela's question as well. Do you think they'll eventually upgrade everyone else to a tornado watch? And my suspicion is, yeah, they probably will, Michaela. So that's a good question there. Just moved to Wilcox County about a week ago. Did Wilcox County ever have tornadoes? Yes. In fact, a lot of people don't realize this, but the day that Enterprise got hit, remember that? March 1st, 2007, there was actually an EF4 tornado that hit in Wilcox County. That was a deadly tornado. We had loss of life with that one on the same day as the Enterprise tornado. Now, it was overshadowed because the Enterprise tornado hit a school and we had, big loss of life. Young people were killed. It was just a state tragedy, a regional tragedy, a national tragedy. And sometimes when that happens, other tornadoes the same day get overlooked, and that's the case here. But yeah, Wilcox County actually has a long history of tornadoes. So really good question there. Where is meteorologist Nick? Nick, it will be here in an hour and 16 minutes and 35 seconds. Why do I say it so precisely? Because Nick said he's going to be here at 2:30. Because I asked him to be here at 2:30 and he agreed. And if Nick says he's going to be here at 2:30, I would bet you my last Sunkist zero that man will walk through the door at 2:30. Because my man doesn't miss. Nick is a phenomenal coworker. Just a picture-perfect guy to work with. Coach Tatum in the chat with us tonight. I got 100 that it's going to rain tonight. So if the weatherman is always wrong, I got Josh Tatum, Coach Tatum, on here who's willing to bet you $100 that it is going to rain tonight. So for those of you who say we're always wrong, this is an opportunity for you to put your money where your keyboard fingers are and get going with that. No need to drip any faucets. Hey, by the way, too, on that front, it is going to turn colder. Monday night, we've got a low in the upper 20s to low 30s, and then on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, we'll go down mainly low 30s. Neither of those numbers are cold enough or long enough to burst any pipes, so you do not need to drip any faucets at any point this week. I suspect we are done dripping faucets until at least like next winter, but you will need to protect your plants and your pets. What would change the tag to be confirmed then? We're going back to the radar meteorology question. Debris ball is the biggest thing. If you pull up correlation coefficient, it often helps if you animate it. Then you can see where the little correlation coefficient bullseyes form, and you're looking for kind of a little bubble within a field of red. It'll be like a bluish color on most color tables. And then what you would want to do is co-locate that with the velocity couplet, because correlation coefficient is very messy. Here, I'll show you. Like if you're looking for tornado debris over here in Mississippi, for instance. This is a mess, right? This is hard to see. So what you would want to do here is make it where, let's say, and it isn't, but let's say we thought that might be tornado debris. Well, we're going to circle that, which you can do all this in RadarScope, by the way. And then we'll come in and look at the storm relative velocity. Okay, there's no velocity couplet there. So that is almost certainly not tornado debris, right? In fact, not almost. That is certainly not tornado debris. So you would want to switch back and forth between correlation coefficient and storm relative velocity and make sure that the lowering in the correlation coefficient is the exact same location or very close to it as a velocity couplet, which is where you have the red and the green sort of interlocked together. And then if you really want to triple check it, you could go into the base reflectivity and see if you had like a hook echo with a little brighter rain signature in that area. Sometimes that can hook up and look a lot like intense debris signature, and you can end up, you're wanting to just make sure everything's in the right place. Now look, sometimes the scans are a little off, right, because of the time. So sometimes your debris signature can be just behind or just ahead of your velocity couplet, but you need both to have a radar confirmed tornado. And then of course there's an observed tornado tag too, which is, you know, multiple, usually multiple. If they have somebody, if the Weather Service have someone that they really trust, they'll do it based on one person's word, but a lot of times they want multiple visual reports of a tornado, and then they'll call it an observed tornado. That's a great question. We've had way worse storms than that before. Last March 15th for one. I don't understand why this is supposed to be so bad compared to Plantersville. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who said that? Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby, like they say in Talladega Nights. No, every storm system is different. This is a level 3 out of 5 risk. Plantersville, I think, was either a 4 or a 5. I know we had a high risk that day. I'm not sure that Plantersville was in it. It was kind of a fringe thing. But no, I don't think this is going to be like the Plantersville day. None of them are the same, right? They're all different. But whoever told you that, no. I don't get into the business of comparing them because they're all different. But this is the type of an event where we will have a lot of wind reports. We will have, like I said, I think a maximum would be probably 5 tornadoes in the southern 2/3 of the state. We'll see. But no, that March 15th of last year was a high-end severe weather setup. This is not of that magnitude. That does not mean it's not dangerous, right? We could still have dangerous weather out of this, but it's not an April 27th. It's not an April 15th, 2011. It's not a March 15th of last year. And I could go on and on and on. So, will you be live all night until the threat is over? We are staying with friends to be out of our mobile home and don't have TV. We just have live streams and apps. I'm planning on it, yeah. As long as my voice holds up, me and or Nick Gunner will be on live with you, like Lionel Richie said, all night long, all night. I will not sing anymore. I'm a terrible singer, terrible. But yeah, we'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. Is Brundage going to get it bad? I don't know. These storms are a long way away from Brundage. There will be storms. It will be windy. It will rain. There will be thunder and lightning. We know that part. Who gets what exactly, no one knows. How soon will watches be issued? I suspect within the next hour or two, especially, I mean, these are starting to come on pretty good down here. When I turn on the lightning, look at the lightning that we're seeing pop here. The lightning counter now, total strikes in that up to 193. And even if you go down here to this one discrete storm down here, you've got 19 lightning strikes with that one. That's in Clark County. But these are starting to intensify a little bit. Now, that's off of a different radar. We can go down to the Mobile radar and see in a little clearer because that's a closer radar to that part of the world. Yeah, no doubt, these are starting to strengthen up. We're starting to see a little more intensity. And that extends kind of, you know, these storms that we're getting now up here into Wilcox and Dallas. Those are holding their own. These are strengthening. That one along the Monroe-Clark County line, that one is strengthening. And then we're getting some additional strengthening storms back down into parts of southern Washington and northwestern Mobile County around Citronelle, back southward along U.S. Highway 45, Highway 84 along the Mississippi-Alabama line. We're starting to see this area fill in as well. So I'm afraid this is about to start to pop a little bit, and we're about to start to see some additional severe weather headaches crop up in all of this. Yeah, that old ice maker, man, that's a, Lord have mercy. Scott Carmichael in the house. Hey, Scott, hope you're doing all right. I'm going to skip a lot of the comments because, frankly, if I read them through, I mean, there are hundreds of them. So we'll skip ahead to kind of the more current ones. Yes, but your imitation of the president is awesome. No, I'm not going to do that. But yes, I will take a half lap of credit on that. I have a serviceable impression of a lot of our presidents, and it is not a political statement. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to get in trouble. But I just think it's fun to try to imitate them, whether they're Republican or Democrat. It doesn't matter. Like that has nothing to do with any of this. I just think it's a fun thing to do. So occasionally I will do that in public. I'm not going to do it on a live stream because as soon as I do, people will get mad. But just know it's not a political statement whatsoever. I've done it. I've tried to do it for every president going back through probably W. Bush. I could never get the Bill Clinton thing down right, but I could do a serviceable W. Obama, you just try to talk like someone who's very smart, right? Because he's got kind of that professor tone. And then President Trump, first time, President Biden. I could do a decent President Biden. But yeah, anyway, thanks. Thanks for reminding me of that. We had a good time with that. We live in Prattville, but I'm down in Pensacola visiting my husband for work. I have no idea who to watch for weather. Is there a risk in this area? Yes, there is. It is higher back home, though. And Pensacola area, that's a tough one. I know WALA out of Mobile, they've got a good weather team. That's a good TV station. So maybe try to check them out if you can get them. I don't know exactly where you are in the Pensacola area, but that's our sister station down that way. Now watch this drive. That's one of the greatest. I mean, he literally gave like a briefing about how we're going to go get some terrorists and then said, now watch this drive, and walked and hit it. I mean, that's that's President Bush, I guess, right? Will the storms popping off now in front of the main line drain a little of the energy available to it as it moves east? That's a good question. I think it would really be more of just kind of a transfer of power. You'll see the storms out ahead strengthen. The line will maintain itself, and then eventually the line, I think, will sort of start to become a little more cellular in nature, and the supercells will be ongoing, and it'll all just become one big kind of pop of clusters of storms, a few supercells, but mainly kind of supercells embedded within larger storm clusters would be the way I think that'll end up going. Craig and Davis Baker are playing Fortnite right now. Well, that's great. I'm just happy to talk to someone who's playing Fortnite that does not ask me for money, because our Charlie man plays Fortnite, but that always ends with me either telling him no or giving him money, or giving him the opportunity to earn some money. So, Craig, I can Apple Pay you, Apple Cash you. I'm not sure the nomenclature there, but you have to scoop some poop in the backyard. That's the same deal I give Charlie, and I'll give it to you. Stuart Jones, I'm playing with radar scope right now. The cell west of Monroeville's up to 40 to 45,000 feet. Is that a sign of a maturing cell? Yes, it is. That's the strongest cell of those right now. He's talking about the one right down here. This would again be along the Clark-Monroe County line. We actually have the ability, using our exclusive Barron technology, which we like, to sort of look at that. Or do we? That's odd. Normally that cranks right up. but it is what to call about that. See what we got going on there. But yeah, this is the corridor kind of we're watching right now. And that, look, as this cell specifically strengthens, I think that's eventually you're going to get a new tornado watch if these continue to strengthen. And I think that'll probably happen sooner rather than later. Why is it so strong when the low is so far north? Because of how strong the low is. Russell, it's a great question. I mean, you've got, I need to look at a surface map. I haven't looked at one in a few hours, so I don't want to get it wrong here. But this is a really intense surface low. So what that does is it generates a very large pressure gradient because it is such a deep area of low pressure that cranks up the wind fields. So the wind fields are really going wild with this whole thing. Yeah, 988 over southern Michigan is the last that I see on the SPC meso-analysis page. I mean, that is a honking surface low. See it up there? 988, just south of Detroit. That is, I mean, that's, so your isobars is a line that connects areas that have the same barometric pressure. When they get packed together like that, that means there's a great pressure gradient. That means you go from very low pressure to very high pressure in a short period of time. And the way the atmosphere responds to that is wind. You crank up the wind speeds. And so that's kind of where we are right now in this whole thing is the wind speed is really cranking up as a result of that. So are the cells expected to become strong tornadoes in the southeast corner, or has it died down a little as far as strong tornadoes? Cam's great question. Right now we're kind of in watch, wait, and see mode, quite frankly. This is one of those where we're just kind of, again, watching and waiting and seeing. That's on the screen because I accidentally tapped it with my finger, and now I have to go back and find it and hit it again. So operator error, chalk one up for that. Okay, quick update on Prattville and Clanton. Sure. I mean, right now there's really not a ton going on. You've got the line of storms back here, and we'll switch over. I think I'm already on it, but we'll make sure we're on the Mobile radar. Yeah, we're already there. This part of the line is what we're going to deal with a little bit later on, right here, right? So this part of the line, I would say, is maintaining its intensity, not strengthening, not weakening. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning south of Meridian with that. Then you've got these individual storm cells beginning to pop out ahead of it in a fairly favorable storm environment. As these move towards the east-northeast, these could become a little more dangerous, and then the line itself will come through a little bit later on. That line now getting close to Demopolis, by the way. Let's switch over to the Birmingham radar and then clear the telestration, and then I want to take you in there because that's the leading edge of it now coming into Marengo County. Gusty wind is definitely happening. And then these cores that you see here, that's where I go with some pretty strong winds. These would be an area where you could probably get up 60+ mile per hour winds in both of these little these storm cores here. So they're small, but these would do a very efficient job of getting the strong winds above the ground down to hit the ground, unfortunately. So strong wind with that. Right now we do not have any active severe thunderstorm warnings with that line in Sumter, Marengo, Greene, or Hale, but I think that could change at any given moment based on radar trends, right? So we'll go back in time 30 minutes. The line is beginning to accelerate now. That's good. I think that will put our timeline graphic back in a little better shape. And we're also starting to see more storm development out ahead of that line, right? Let's pop in and check out on some of those. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything. These I don't think are kind of mature storms enough in terms of can they rotate. So far, I don't see any sort of rotation in any of those. But I do think that is something we will need to kind of eyeball here moving forward, is particularly this one down here into the Grove Hill area towards Monroeville, between Grove Hill and Monroeville. Like, where do we start to see some rotation within that? We'll pop back and forth here between storm relative velocity and the base reflectivity, because frankly, I already see there here and here kind of just there's kind of an elongated area here of some weak rotation, right? And look, a lot of storms rotate. When we say a storm's rotating, that does not mean there's a tornado. Remember that for us to think there's a tornado there, the rotation needs to be deep, persistent, and intense. And right now we don't have any of those. This is not deep rotation. It's not persistent rotation. It is most certainly not intense rotation. This is actually pretty weak rotation that's happening out here. Again, this would be in Monroe County, right along the Monroe-Clark line, essentially right on Highway 84, pretty close to Claiborne Dam. So, raining some at my house in central Autauga. Yeah, we don't know the impact yet again, we still don't know the impact on specific places. For everyone listening to this, there's going to be a lot of wind tonight. It's going to be very breezy. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind that lasts about 25 to 35 minutes. For 95% of you or more, that's what this will be. But there will be isolated pockets where we could deal with a brief tornado. We could deal with some wind damage, some trees getting blown down, some roof damage, things like that. Those places will be the exception, not the rule. The atmosphere is primed, though, to produce a few pockets of that tonight across the southern two-thirds of the state, depending on exactly how the storms evolve. We do not yet know where that would be. The data favors central, east, and south Alabama, right, more so than the western counties, from a tornado perspective, because right now these cells that we're watching get going out here, these are still sort of in their infancy. They will move east, and once they get east of I-65, the atmosphere will become a little more supportive of the idea of tornadoes. So that's what we've kind of been advertising. But as far as telling you exactly when a tornado will hit and where, or you say, what about Camden? And the only answer I can give you is, and that's the case whether you're saying, what about Greenville, what about Slapout, what about Montgomery, is heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind are a lock. You're going to have all four of those things tonight. In a few spots, we could deal with more than that, but we don't know if the city you ask about is going to be one of those spots or not. We can't identify that until 60 to 90 minutes ahead of time at best. And that's not just me, that's every meteorologist in the world. Whether they'll admit that or not is up, that's between you and them. But so we don't know, right? We know what the atmosphere is capable of. We know what most of you will see tonight. We know that there could be a few problem spots. We don't know exactly where those will be. So we know a lot of things, but we don't know everything. Again, some meteorologists will try to convince you that they do, but I don't play that game. So there will be some problem spots. We don't know yet where they'll be. So asking what about specific towns and cities right now doesn't make any sense, because the answer is the same everywhere. Now, once we get and start tracking individual storm cells, then we can start to give you a little more clarity on that. For instance, let's do it. Let's go up here. Like, for instance, Demopolis. We can give you some pretty good intel on Demopolis now. There is a heavy core of showers and thunderstorms approaching the city now. The strongest part of this is actually right down here in southern Sumter County. See it? this right here. This is going to head on up into east central or west central Marengo and northwestern Marengo County. This could affect Linden. This could affect Jefferson. If you live near the community, the Jefferson Community Center, where they do the big barbecue every April and October, this will move right over you. As it moves over, you're going to have torrential rain, a lot of lightning, 55 to 60 mile per hour wind, and perhaps some very small hail. We don't see any rotation of this right now, but there will be some heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind. Right now, the tornado threat from Demopolis down to Linden is extremely low, but it's not zero. We'll have to watch, wait, and see if this thing begins to rotate. Right now, it is not rotating, so I would suggest to you the threat of a tornado in Marengo County in the next half hour is fairly limited, but storms can and do change. Heaviest of it now is out towards the Lock and Dam, Saltwell, and then more over into southern Sumter County than Marengo. But for the city of Demopolis, initially the worst of it's going to stay up north. That would be up near the Yacht Basin, up Highway 43 a little bit. There's a mobile home RV park right there on the left on 43 as you cross the river. There's the Yacht Basin itself. You've got the Chalk Cliffs back down here. You've got downtown Demopolis here. The initial worst core of this is going to be on the kind of that northern side, right? So this would be an area with some strong wind and heavy rain, but that's about it. I don't see a lot of wind damage potential right at this moment. I don't see a lot of hail potential right now, and I don't see any tornado potential at this moment in Marengo. That could change in the blink of an eye, but that's where we are right now. The core of this, where I think we could probably deal with a pocket or two of wind damage, is back down here, and a lot of that is going to likely stay just a tick south of downtown Demopolis, depending on exactly how that storm kind of evolves and where that core goes over the course of the next 30, 35 minutes. Does it leak up a little bit to the north? It could, right? Because it's riding along this boundary. The individual storms are moving kind of northeast. The entire line is moving east. So your net storm motion is a little north of due east. So look, again, once storms get close, man, I can sit here and give you all kinds of information about exactly what you're going to see and hear and feel at your home. Asking me 3 hours in advance, 6 hours in advance, a day in advance, what about slap out? We don't know. So that's the difference, right? What do I consider a brief tornado? I'd say if it's on the ground for, less than 5 or 10 minutes, that's a brief tornado. Kodak, I did not say anything would skip over Prattville. Stop being stupid, man. So Kodak is going to catch a block if he's not careful. I don't want to bust out the band hammer. I should get me a big hammer underneath here and hold it like I'm physically band hammering. How fast is the line moving? East at about 45. I do think it's starting to accelerate a little, though. So that's some good news. I do not have any updates on the WSFA and Dish Network situation. That all happens way above my pay grade. So I hope that resolution occurs quickly because I understand the frustration of not having the programming that you want on your pay TV service. So I'm with you, I feel you, I hear you. Not only do I not have any input on that whatsoever, I don't even have any information on it. I don't know. I'm rooting for the best. I want you guys to get what you pay for, like yesterday. Yeah, the power could go out in Eufaula. When determining rotation, are you typically looking at velocity or relative velocity? Relative velocity will be your best bet there. And if you can, try to pull up an adjacent radar just to make sure. If you're really close to a radar, you don't have to do that, but a lot of times, it's like a doctor, just do another scan, get another opinion, that kind of thing. Yeah, these storms are definitely starting to fire up a little bit. These cells out ahead of the line, if you look, we're really starting to see a little more intensification there. let's pop down to the Mobile radar. I want to make sure from a rotation standpoint that we're still oh, okay. Definitely, and remember, the radar beam is several thousand feet above the ground, but there's evidence of a mesocyclone there right over Finchburg. The Barron Shear Index starting to pick up a little bit. Our storm relative velocity showing it right over the Finchburg area. Right now, it is not intense enough to make me think there's a tornado. Again, rotation in a storm needs to be deep, persistent, and intense, right, to think there's a tornado. Right now, I don't think we check any of those, but this is trending up. So this is a storm that I think we're going to have to watch. That last scan or two, you can see that rotation does trend up a little bit. So again, that's right over the Finchburg area. That would be down in Monroe County. That's part of that kind of larger cluster of storms that's started to intensify within the last hour or so. It's in northwestern Monroe, and the way this is moving, eventually this will get on over into southern and southeastern Wilcox County. We'll go back to the animation here over the last 30 minutes. Yeah, this is going to move right up into southern Wilcox. So we do have some of that. All righty. There is indeed. I checked, I must have checked like a couple of minutes before they issued it, but there is a new mesoscale discussion. So mesoscale discussions, the Storm Prediction Center often issues these before they issue a tornado watch. And they've circled that area there, monitoring prefrontal storms for a potential increase in severe potential. And in this mesoscale discussion, I'll just kind of share the text with you. Ahead of a squall line advancing eastward across western Alabama, a couple storms are evolving within a plume of weak low-level warm advection and surface confluence. Confluence means the wind is blowing together. That forces the air to rise, right? Because if wind blows together, it's almost like if you take your fingers and push them together, your fingers are going to go up or down. But with wind, it can't go down because the ground's there, so it goes up. That helps create lift. While lingering inhibition, that's the lack of low-level instability, the tendency of air to not rise, and weak forcing for ascent cast some uncertainty on the intensification of these storms. A lot of low-level wind shear and ample buoyancy will conditionally favor intensification into a supercell or two. If this were to occur, all severe hazards would be possible, including tornadoes. So that's what I'm saying. Look, even with all the data we have, sometimes these nights end up being you watch the radar and see what happens, even as a meteorologist, right? And that's where we are right now with these individual cells ahead of the line. I think they're starting to intensify, right? But, you know, we're not quite there yet in terms of knowing what's going to happen. We do have station engineers on call at night, and then there's very little time that we don't have there's a few hours, I think, in the dead of the night where there's not an engineer on site, but like our morning engineer will be here in a couple of hours. Our evening engineer left late this evening. So we're in that window now, but I think everything seems to be working. Yeah, the monitor behind, not this monitor is whatever I put in it, but there's one back above my head over here. That's a live look at watches and warnings coming from a different system. It just helps with my situational awareness in that I can glance down at my screen or turn around and look and instantly see kind of, it's almost like a scoreboard, like what is the watch warning situation. Yeah, I suspect that we will see a tornado watch get issued within the next hour or so. That is my suspicion. But as always, we will wait, watch, and see. Yeah, I need to get into the station YouTube chat. Although maybe I don't, honestly, because I would imagine the KCI is very high on the YouTube chat for the station. The KCI is the Knucklehead Comment Index. I just invented it in my brain about 9 seconds ago. I would imagine the KCI is really high on the station comments. On the station YouTube Live, which is almost identical to this one, but you know, I can pull it up though, because you guys can't see it, but I've got like all kinds of computers and stuff just kind of at my disposal. In case you're wondering what my view is, it's that. So that's the camera right over there, and then we've got computer, water, fresh squeezed, sun-kissed 0. Yeah, I've got the station comments up now. So, WTF is this idiot babbling about? Hey, Jake, how are you? Yeah, right. This is a stream. This is pretty laid back, right? That's the latest. That's a mesoscale discussion from the National Weather Service. We're monitoring a storm now in Monroe County. It is not yet producing anything overtly dangerous, but I think that could change, right? It's moving into a pretty impressive storm environment. The line of storms itself is now approaching Demopolis over in Marengo County. Let's walk you in over there. Pretty couple of these intense cores diving towards the north here. That one coming out of Sumter has just crossed Highway 80, close to the Rooster Bridge out there, if you're familiar with that stretch of the world. And then right on the north end of Demopolis right here. So these little storm cores would both be capable of some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We don't see any rotation right now. So no, I do not think this is a tornado kind of situation in Marengo County right now. I think that this is damaging wind threat kind of in different pockets. It's not just one size fits all though. It's very much, again, kind of these pockets. Anywhere on the map, essentially where you see purple, that would be an area where we're likely dealing with some sporadic wind damage. We have one now on the north side of Demopolis and another one that will move across the west and northwestern sides of both the city of Demopolis and the northwestern corner of Marengo County. So strong straight line wind in that mix as that moves through. That, by the way, it's moving northeast. So on that trajectory, this will go on up into southern Hale County and central and southern Hale County and Greene County. So Forkland, Greensboro, places like that, I think there's a pretty good chance that we end up with some pockets of damaging wind gusts there. We'll note there's no formal severe thunderstorm warning within any of that right now. Back down to the south, let's check this one out. Autauga County back into Lowndes. Raining heavily right now. So far, these are kind of these elongated, right? Kind of skinny, relatively weak showers and thunderstorms. Lightning count on this is relatively minor. We've got it at around 4 strikes there with that cluster of showers and storms that runs from Independence and Whitewater west of Otaugaville back along Highway 14. All right, tornado warning has just popped for Monroe County. This includes parts of Wilcox County as well. So what we're going to do now is we are going to go on the air on WSFA 12 News. So I'm going to move this out of the way, and we will roll a show open here momentarily. Now, for those of you who are watching on the stream, very little is going to change. But for those of you who have WSFA TV on and up, you're about to see us go live on the air right about now. So yeah, we will need to get on WSFA TV post haste. New tornado warning. This is the first one of the night. It is for Monroe County and for Wilcox County. You see the polygon here. The northern side of Monroeville, all the way up towards Vredenburg, Silas. Yes, we do need to go on the air. Yes, we do. And then eastern and southern Wilcox County. It's for this storm down in the kind of right along the border between those two counties. So we'll pop over to the Mobile radar. That'll give us a little better look in here. So we welcome you to WSFA 12 News.
Starts with breaking news.
To cover a tornado warning in Monroe and Wilcox counties. This would be for southern and southeastern Wilcox, northern and northwestern Monroe County. It's for a pocket of rotation that we've been watching develop here that is right now south of Vredenburg. It's right here. We'll zoom in nice and close here. There's the Franklin community. This is Alabama Highway 41. There's the Scratch Ankle community. There's Finchburg back over here. This is the Alabama River here. Wilcox County would be up here. This is all in Monroe County for the moment. There's the Scotland community. There's Beatrice. That's Highway 21 or Highway 165 over there. This would be the pocket of rotation that has our concern at this moment. If you look, it's right there. So this is moving towards the east-northeast. So this is going to track across northern Monroe County and then eventually get into southeastern Wilcox County. If you live in these areas that we're naming, you need to be in the lowest floor of your home, hallway, bathroom, or closet. If you live in a mobile home, you need to get out of it. Going to a bathroom or hallway or closet in a mobile home doesn't really help because the problem isn't the home itself. The problem is the way it's anchored to the ground. The anchorage systems for mobile homes often fail during tornadoes, and the mobile home either gets rolled or, worst case scenario, lofted into the air. And that's where a lot of our mobile home fatalities arise, is when that happens. It has nothing to do with the home itself. The home itself is fine. They're strong. They're made out of metal. It's how it's connected to the ground, and sometimes we lose that anchorage, and that's when this can really become a really big problem. So, again, tornado warning now for Monroe and Wilcox County in southwest Alabama. This is out in that West Alabama radar gap. We do not have sufficient low-level radar coverage in West and Southwest Alabama. So a lot of times the National Weather Service is really in a bad spot. They're having to decide if there's a tornado out here when, again, there's just not a lot of excellent data to pick from here. So what we'll do, we'll kind of bounce back and forth to different data sources here. There's the base reflectivity. Again, this just shows you where it is raining. The storm relative velocity is sort of like an X-ray. It looks into the thunderstorm. But then we have other things, other tools we can use here in the Vance Law Firm Storm Track Zone. We have Barron technology. It's the best storm tracking technology in the world. And the Barron shear markers popping pretty hard right there. Again, northwest of downtown Monroeville. If you live in the city of Monroeville, this is north of you. Now, some of you with Monroeville addresses need to pay attention because that polygon does dip down pretty far, but the core rotation would be just a tick north of there, again, closer up towards Finchburg and Scratch Ankle. This is moving steadily towards the northeast, and here in about 10 to 15 minutes, this is going to cross over into southeastern Wilcox County. It is important to note that this specific tornado warning polygon does not include the town of Camden. So this would be more out towards Pineapple and Awin. in the eastern sections of the county. So your rotation is down here. This is going to cross over the Beatrice area, and then from there head on out again towards Awin and Pineapple, out in the eastern sections of the county. If this holds together, we could end up with a new tornado warning over into maybe Lowndes or Butler County, but for now, we'll just kind of play it as we see it, which is Wilcox and Monroe. But just a little heads up, if you live in northwestern Butler, if you live in central and southern Lowndes, you at least need to be watching this storm. You need to be ready to move to that safe place in the event that this storm holds together and the intensification process sort of continues here. This storm has been strengthening for a pretty good while now. So this is not unexpected. We've been watching this. I've been talking about this one on the live stream for several minutes now, but this is again one of those where we knew it was eventually going to happen. Our good luck was going to run out, and sure enough, that's where we are right now with this active tornado warning. Now, a lot of you don't live in this part of the world, right? A lot of you are watching in a different place, and I want to make sure you're up to date as well on kind of the whole lay of the land here. We have an active kind of double trouble weather situation unfolding. There is a big mean line of thunderstorms with embedded wind gust over 50 miles an hour, a tornado threat in that as well, up and down this entire line. So far, we knock on glass, we haven't had a lot of tornado warnings within this line of storms. As it moves east, though, it's moving into an increasingly dangerous storm environment, though, so I suspect we may see a few tornado warnings pop within that line as it comes on through. That's one thing we're watching. The other thing we're watching are these individual thunderstorms that are forming out ahead of that line, right? You see one there in Coosa. There's one in Autauga. There's a couple of them in Wilcox and Monroe. There's still more back down towards parts of southern Clark, northern Mobile County, and eastern Washington counties. These storms will all keep moving east and likely intensify over the course of the next couple of hours. And we will likely see additional tornado watches and warnings. A lot of you are not in a tornado warning at this point in time, but I think that could change at any given moment here, given what we're seeing on radar. So the Weather Service, at the time they issued the warning about 5 minutes ago, pointed out two strong circulations, both of them along Highway 41, about 10 to 12 miles northwest of downtown Monroeville. So that's the reason you've got that red polygon there with that. Now, active watch and warning map here. This is tornado warning for Monroe, which is not in the tornado watch, oddly enough. My suspicion is we will see a new tornado watch pop within the next 30 minutes that includes almost all of our area, if not all of it, for that line of storms and for those individual storms that are firing out ahead of it. I suspect that behind the scenes, that the work on that new tornado watch may have already started. If not, it will likely start any minute now. So that's the kind of the broader perspective on this whole thing. We're not anywhere near out of the woods on this. In fact, in many respects, this is all just sort of beginning. Back into this storm, this is the most dangerous one we're tracking. It's got that tornado warning attached to it down here in Monroe County and southeastern Wilcox County. We'll go back into the storm relative velocity. That, I think, would be the more intense of the two pockets of rotation. And what we'll do here, I'll leave the circle on the screen, and we'll compare and contrast that to the reflectivity. So I see the Weather Service is correct. There are two pockets. There's one there, there's one there. This one is likely aloft. That's right in the center of the storm. That's typically going to be your what's called a mesocyclone, which is a parent cyclone. It's a way up in the sky. It's broad. It's large. It is a relatively slow pocket of rotation. Just again, based on the reflectivity, right in the middle of the storm. If we were looking for a tornado based on this, you would probably tend to favor that southern rotation back down here towards Keith and Scratch Ankle. This would probably be your mesocyclone, and if you had a tornadic type rotation, it would probably be a little bit southwest, probably more associated with that second pocket of rotation on the south end. But without really better low-level radar coverage out here, us, the National Weather Service, everyone kind of just doing the best they can with the hand we've been dealt there. So we'll call it 2 pockets of rotation, one here, one here. One is right over the Keith community. The other one's between Franklin and Natchez. Movement with all of this is pretty consistent off towards the northeast. So Buena Vista, Beatrice would be next in line. So if you live out here, anywhere from Beatrice up towards Buena Vista, Chestnut, Vredenburg, anywhere along Alabama Highway 265, you need to be in that tornado safe place. This is a radar indicated tornado. That means it is possible, right? All right, tornado watch now has been extended. We're just getting that in. It's not a new watch. They've extended the existing one out to include Autauga, Coosa, Elmore, Lowndes, and Montgomery counties. That coming in from the National Weather Service literally seconds ago here at about 2:01 in the morning. So we now have tornado watch that has come a few counties farther east. We'll see if that shows up on the graphic. It does. So again, that now includes the river region. So now Montgomery, Elmore, Coosa, Autauga, Lowndes County in that tornado watch. West from there, all the counties you see outlined in yellow. Looks like they just added Monroe and Conecuh in there as well. My suspicion is there will still be an additional tornado watch issued later on this morning. This one runs through 4 o'clock. What the Weather Service is doing here is buying themselves a little time. They want to cover the currently ongoing storms firing here and the line back here, give themselves another 30 minutes or an hour to see how it plays out, and then they can make a decision on a subsequent tornado watch that will include parts of east, southeast, and south central Alabama. I suspect they'll have to issue it, but we'll wait and see what the weather has up its sleeve. So that's where we are right now. Your possible tornado is still down here in Monroe County, but the reason we're on is because it is headed towards Wilcox County. So we want to give you as much of a heads up as possible. Looks like that's beginning to strengthen now. I would call that kind of earlier I would have said that was weak rotation. Now this is kind of graduating up to some more intense rotation. So strengthening rotation, growing evidence of the chance of a tornado in northern Monroe County, coming towards Beatrice and Buena Vista along Alabama Highway 265 within the next 10 minutes. If you live out there, you need to be in that safe place immediately. What is your safe place? If it's a mobile home, you've got to get out. If it's not a mobile home, if you live in a site-built home, whether it's crawl space or on a slab, doesn't matter, think like an architect. Think about what does your house look like if you were to take the roof off and look straight down, right? You want to think about a small room, lowest floor, hallways, bathrooms, closets. Those make the best options in there. So that's what we're dealing with right there. We've got that's where you would want to be. Stay away from windows, stay away from doors, and obviously stay away from the outside as well. So strong rotation now just north of Keith. Movement here will broaden the perspective out a little and draw a storm track on that. Again, this is moving sort of towards the east-northeast at a pretty decent rate of speed. This is moving at about, I think the Weather Service has it at around 45 or so. We'll do it right around 47 miles per hour. This gets towards Beatrice in about 8 minutes. Then after that, towards the Awen community, closer to 2:30. So some time to react, but not a ton, right? If you live in the path of this, they've got it northeast at 40. You need to be getting in that tornado safe place immediately. Do not wait on this for me to yell at you and tell you there's a tornado on the ground. Go ahead and get to that safe place now, because by the time I'm yelling at you that there's a tornado on the ground, it's already on the ground, right? So be a little proactive, be a little forward-looking in this, and if you live in the path of this thing, go ahead and get in that tornado safe place now. Let's go back and look at the rest of the line here. We'll kind of bounce back and forth between what's happening out west and what's happening down south, right? Because right now those are two very different things. You had this line of storms over here coming now into Marengo County and Perry County. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind in that mix. We have seen a growing number of power outages in some of these eastern counties back in Mississippi, but now Dallas County's up to 300, and then Lauderdale County, Mississippi's at 300, back towards Clark County, Mississippi, they're around 500. So lots of power outages growing there. So far, in Alabama, most of the power outages have been up north where the storms have been. That makes sense, right? But unfortunately for us, as we move it forward in time and the line moves east, we're going to see more of these counties fill on in here. So that's another thing we'll keep an eye on. Really, all of these storms that are firing ahead of the main line, these are all going to have to be watched, right? Because they're all in an environment where it was so warm today. The wind fields are screaming, especially above the ground. So all of these storms will have at least some potential to become dangerous thunderstorms. Now, thankfully, right now, it's just this one. But we've got to keep an eye on essentially all of these storms as time goes by. And with that in mind, I want to take you into Watauga. Let's make sure we're not missing anything there. So far, so good. We don't see much with that. But I will note some very weak rotation there west of Wataugoville. Not enough to make me think there's a tornado in that. When we look at radar like this, we're looking for persistent rotation, intense rotation, and rotation that's occurring up and down that entire storm. Right now, we don't see any of that. I just see some very kind of shallow rotation there west of Wataugoville, meaning we don't need to freak out about that yet, and you don't need to either. You don't need to go to your safe place in Watauga County. I'll pay attention to it, I'll watch it, and I'll keep you updated. Then back to the west, back into Perry County. Intense thunderstorms over here. I suspect wind damage threat is really growing. These storms may even be producing a little bit of hail on the south and west side of Marion. We'll again do a quick little rotation scan. Don't see anything there that jumps off the screen. The hail threat still fairly limited for now, but we'll wait and see what the radar looks like in 20 or 30 minutes with respect to that. Then back down to the south, you've got the active tornado warning. Whew, man, that is really tightening up. Look at that. Goodness gracious. Intense rotation growing now down in Monroe County. That storm showing strong signs of rotation. We'll see if we see any debris signature off the mobile radar. We'll look out over the last 30 minutes. A lot of times it's a lot easier to see the rotation or the debris signature if you animate it. But we're so far from the radar here, in order for us to see it this far from the radar, that debris would have to be lofted way up in the sky. So we'll just kind of wait, watch, and see, and check in with the National Weather Service, too, on occasion. I'm in constant communication with them right here on the National Weather Service chat. But just know this is a dangerous-looking storm that is becoming more dangerous, I think, with each passing radar scan that we get here. We'll stop the animation, go back to the live look in. We'll pop up the radar here. This is the Barron technology, exclusive storm tracking technology. You can only see it here, and it's about the best anywhere. But a strong signature of a possible tornado there coming to us right there, kind of in the middle of that storm. Let me zoom you back in a little bit. It's this right here. That's the area of concern, just west of Beatrice, just south of Buena Vista. So this is going to cross Alabama Highway 265 any minute now, and then between 2:15 and 2:30, this will cross over into southern Wilcox County. And then it heads on. If it holds together, this would hold on and affect places like Awin and Pineapple over in southeastern Wilcox County. So if you live in southeastern Wilcox, now is the time to act. Don't wait. Go ahead and get in that tornado safe place. Go through that tornado safety plan that we talk about over and over and over there. So that's where that storm is right now. Increasing evidence of a tornado there in northern Monroe County. And you see the latest scan there on that the Barron shear product there coming in a little hotter. So that's a number that's indicative of a possible tornado there. So yeah, we don't have confirmation yet, but we do have, again, this storm, the shape of it, a lot of the data we're seeing really starting to look like there could be a tornado there up in northern Monroe County. Long term with this storm, if it holds together, I think we could end up with additional warnings downstream that include Lowndes, Butler, and if it really holds together long enough, this could end up in Montgomery County. So just want to give you a little first alert, a little heads up that this is one that we may be dealing with for some time. It's a storm that's kind of out by itself. The line back here still is in no danger of overtaking this individual storm out ahead of it. So this is a scenario where we may be dealing with a storm that's out by itself for a long time that perhaps produces a tornado or two along its track there. So that's where we are right now. Significant rotation just west of Beatrice. So we'll pop back in here and track this thing as we get new scans. That's it right there. I mean, that is just about as classic as it gets, isn't it? Now, we're a long way away from the radar, and that's the challenging thing here is we're not seeing anything below about 5,000 feet with this storm. So this is significant rotation, but it's about a mile up. We don't know yet if it's reaching to the ground or not. We have to treat it as if it is because, the data here is pretty stout. I mean, you've got 73 mile per hour inbound wind next to 27 mile per hour outbound wind. So you've got literally 100 mile per hour gate-to-gate wind shear in that. So that is a strong signature of rotation right over Robin Street in that Natchez community. Here's Beatrice right over here. That's Highway 21 coming in from the east. That's Alabama 265 dropping down from the north. And this is going to move right over 265, very close to Beatrice. If you live in Beatrice, you need to be in that tornado safe place right now. This is really spinning up very quickly. Again, it's mid-level rotation at this point just because the lack of low-level radar data precludes us from seeing anything else. But we'll keep an eye out. Let's make sure we don't have any tornado debris in this mix either. So we'll pop back to the animation here on that and make sure we are still where we need to be here. Don't see anything there yet. And again, the lack of debris signature doesn't mean that we can confirm there's no tornado with this. All that means is the radar doesn't see debris. But remember, we're so far away from the radar, we might not see it unless until this has already been on the ground for a pretty long time. So there's the new scan, same thing as the old scan. Still some pretty significant rotation right there in that Beatrice area. That tornado warning runs through 2:30 now for northern Monroe County and up into southern Wilcox County for this storm coming out of the Beatrice area right now. So we will go back here. Let's clear that off the telestration. We'll reset kind of the whole stage. That's the only active warning right now anywhere in our area. There are a couple of additional storms I'm watching back in Mississippi and southwest Alabama, though. We'll pop on initially the Mobile radar. A couple of these storms down here, we've got our eye on those as they come up that same corridor. Then the line of storms itself back to the west, producing isolated damaging wind and a tornado threat. But the most dangerous storm in Alabama right now is this one in northern Monroe County, where we're tracking some pretty substantial rotation approaching the Wilcox County line. So if you live in southeastern Wilcox County, the Awen area, the Pineapple area, you need to be in that safe, sturdy weather safe place as well. Back to the west, additional storms up and down the line here. Perry County getting socked pretty good now. Lots of lightning in this. We'll turn on the lightning counter there. Within this storm, 70 strikes within the last 30 minutes. So plenty of lightning to be found with this. Probably some strong, maybe even damaging wind in a couple of pockets here. One there west of Uniontown, another one near Marion. That may be some kind of pea-sized hail. This is not really a big hail-producing night. The atmosphere is primed to produce damaging wind. It could produce a few isolated tornadoes. The hail threat is definitely secondary, right, in terms of how our concern level kind of stacks up there. But still, damaging wind would be possible here. There's no formal tornado or severe thunderstorm warning for Perry County or back into Marengo, but we're definitely watching it. That could change at any moment. Now, the only active warning we have right now is back down with that storm coming out of Monroe and into Wilcox. And I'll go ahead and say, if this holds together and keeps moving the way it's moving, northwestern Butler County, you need to, I don't know that you need to be in your safe place yet around Forest Home, but you definitely need to have your shoes on and ready to go. And if you live in a mobile home out here in northwestern Butler County, probably not a bad idea to go ahead and start moving towards that safe place. This storm's still exhibiting signs of rotation as it goes across northern Monroe. On this track, this is going to cross the county line and clip that southeastern corner of Wilcox. Again, you see the graphic here, Wilcox County, but understand, Camden, this is south of you. Miller's Ferry, this is south of you. Coy and Alberta and Safford. This is all south of you. Now, all of those cities I just named, this specific storm stays south of you. The actual line of storms, though, is still well to your west, and you'll have to deal with that later tonight. So I'm not giving you an all clear for the night. I'm telling you this specific storm is going to stay south of you. But if you live out at Pineapple, Awin, and then perhaps even over into northwestern Butler County, this is something that you could deal with. Right? So right now it's in Monroe County, but it will clip southeastern Wilcox, and if it holds together, we could end up with a tornado warning that includes parts of Butler County. Again, I'm just thinking long term here, say after about 2:35 or so. So after about another 20 minutes, we could be dealing with this getting up into parts of Butler, maybe even southern Lowndes County. So we'll kind of just wait, watch, and see what the National Weather Service decides to do with that whole thing in there. So there we are. Streaming live coverage on Facebook, on YouTube, on just about everything, and on the WSFA First Alert Weather app. In fact, the entire WSFA family of apps, streaming coverage kind of across the board here. So we do a lot of that. We do a lot of the streaming around here, and it's a good thing, right? We like to be able to do that, like to be able to do a little streaming with you and for you. We actually first noticed this storm on the live stream. And then it spun up very quickly, and we jumped on WSFA TV to kind of walk you through what we were seeing with that one. So that's an intense supercell now. Tons of lightning in that one. Let's turn the lightning counter on there. Look at that. My goodness. And that's almost all that one storm, 165 strikes. This is just kind of like an artillery barrage of lightning from Beatrice to Buena Vista back into southern Wilcox. If we have a tornado within this, though, it's going to be kind of on that southern flank there, very close to Beatrice. We'll go back to the storm relative velocity. Let's use the Mobile radar. We're out there now in this part of the state where the radar low-level coverage is just not any good. So we, the National Weather Service, lots of people are kind of just looking at the best radar data they can find and hoping for the best within this. So tornado warning until 2:30. This includes northern Monroe County, southeastern Wilcox County. Let's go kind of show you what the weather looks like outside. In Montgomery, it hasn't even rained yet. Look at this. It's a calm night. It's a warm night. Temperatures are still in the 70s across most of the southern half of the state. This is the view via the ASC Credit Union camera network. The storm up in Autauga is producing some thunder and lightning, but for downtown Montgomery, it's still a dry look to things. From there, let's head out to Selma. This is the view out in West Alabama in Dallas County. Looks like we may have pointed that camera straight down or something, but I can tell you we haven't had much in the way of active weather there either. Here's Auburn University at Montgomery out on the city's east side. The sky, kind of that cloudy look to things, but no dangerous weather there either. In fact, the only really actively dangerous weather right now is in Monroe and Wilcox counties as of this exact moment. Here's the broader perspective. We'll show you kind of the lay of the land. A couple of thunderstorms, this one in northern Lowndes, not rotating, but producing some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Scattered storms across parts of Autauga, northern Elmore, Coosa, northern Tallapoosa, western Bullock County, also getting a little thunderstorm there, and then more back down into southern Clark. The entire line back here to the west is capable of producing pockets of damaging wind and or a brief tornado. We'll go up and down that line, make sure we're not missing anything. Right now, I don't see any signs of rotation within this. From Uniontown back up towards Marion and Brent, coming into Maplesville now. Heavy rain, sure. Thunder and lightning, sure. Gusty wind, yeah, absolutely, but I don't see anything that just jumps off the screen in terms of a huge threat. Now, the winds up at cloud level are screaming. That's the huge kind of red flag with this setup, is that the wind speeds above the ground right now are incredible. This is the radar picking up on 72, 82 mile per hour winds a few thousand feet above the ground. Now remember, radar is detecting these winds way up there. Again, 2, 3, 4,000 feet above our heads. Most of this wind, not all of this wind makes it down to the Earth's surface. I would suspect, though, we're probably seeing 45 to 55 mile per hour wind gust within this cluster of thunderstorms across southern Bibb County, stretching back into much of Perry County, and from there back into parts of Marengo County as well. That's all moving east, so a little heads up: Maplesville, Jemison, Thorsby, Clanton, Selma, Plantersville. The worst of this for you is going to unfold over the next 60 to 90 minutes. So between now and about 4 o'clock in the mornings, when this will, again, that Clanton to Selma line, and then this will keep moving east from there. Let's go back into our southern storm there. That's the more dangerous one right now. The most dangerous one, really. Still some rotation showing up. We're out at the very edge of the usable radar range now, but still some rotation, right? It's right there. So I'll circle it, then we'll clear the circle. We'll zoom back in a little bit tighter. That's the Monroe-Wilcox County line right there. That's the community of Beatrice. That's Buena Vista. That's State Highway 21 coming in from the east. There's the Awin community. That's across the line. That's in Wilcox County. This is moving towards the east-northeast in the general direction of Awin, perhaps Pineapple. This may go a little south of Pineapple. This storm seems to be, the rotation within it seems to be kind of hugging that southern flank, which kind of puts it on a flatter trajectory. But this will end up close to Awin there in Wilcox County, near or maybe a tick south of Pineapple, also in Wilcox County. It's over Beatrice now. And then this is going to go towards the northeast pretty quickly. Let me take you now via the ASC Credit Union camera network. This is downtown Selma. Check this one out. We've had quite a lightning show with this camera a little bit earlier. Still kind of popping around in spots. There we go. Check it out. Yeah, this is the view looking back over the historic Edmund Pettus Bridge here as you come into downtown Selma. So this is actually looking kind of back in the direction of that intense thunderstorm here as you look southwest across the bridge. The bridge there, as you look from downtown Selma, looking back across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, you're looking sort of towards the south. That storm would be sort of more towards the southwest. So there you see it. This is that same thunderstorm that's down in Monroe County right now. And we can see the lightning from it flashing pretty vividly here as you look from downtown Selma back down towards the south here. This is an intense thunderstorm. Hundreds of lightning strikes in it, and we can see those unfolding in real time here via the ASC Credit Union camera network. We're thankful for that technology. Radar is great, but the ability to look into a storm and show you physically what it is doing, that is a very, very good thing for us as well. So there we go. A couple of reports coming in. National Weather Service continuing the tornado warning until 2:30 for northeastern Monroe and southeastern Wilcox. They still call it a radar indicated tornado, so we have not seen any confirmation of a tornado within this. But by the time you get confirmation, that means someone's already been hit, right? So we treat radar indicated tornadoes as the dangerous scenarios that they are, right? Radar indicated possible tornadoes. We treat them as the dangerous situations they are, and we hope you will do the same. The view here again in Selma, looking back at that storm into Monroe and Wilcox County. We'll clear the screen here and go back down into that one. So your rotation now passing just east of Beatrice. Here's Midway. This is Mixonville here. That's Tunnel Springs down south. That's Highway 265. That's Highway 21. So that's where it is. That's Highway 21 coming in right there to the T. You turn right to go to Beatrice, you turn left to head back towards the Butler County line. So that is our current tornado warning polygon, and it's for that relatively broad area of rotation now, about halfway between Beatrice and Midway. Movement with this, again, would be something like that. So this will head on. A lot of this stays in Monroe. If it continues on the same track it's been on, it will likely, some of it could clip that far southeastern corner of Wilcox, but many of you in Wilcox, this may stay just a tick south of you. But if this were to hold together there, you see the way the arrows are pointing there, this could threaten Greenville, back towards Forest Home. They're in northwestern Butler County. I've talked about that a little bit already, but Forest Home, Herbert, Fort Dale, those areas, you need to be watching this storm and paying attention. I'm not saying you need to get to your safe place right now, but you do need to be watching it and paying attention to how the storm evolves over the course of the next 10 minutes or so, and get your shoes on, right? If you need to get to your tornado safe place, if you live in a mobile home and you got to get out, get those shoes on. Now, if you live in a site-built home, lowest floor, hallway, bathroom, or closet, but now would be a good time to be loading up our weather app on your mobile device so that you have a good source of weather information streaming into your safe place. Find helmets for everyone, just in case, right? The overwhelming majority of serious tornado injuries are due to head and neck situations. So if you can put on a helmet, that can really be a useful preventative measure there for you. So there's your rotation right there, about halfway between Beatrice and Midway. Movement with this is towards the east-northeast. I think it will tend to hug the bottom half or so of this polygon. So from about Pineapple and Awen south back to where Monroe, Butler, and Conecuh counties all come together, right in there. That's the next sort of in the path of this thing. It'll go over Midway, it'll cross Highway 21 south of Awen, and then from there it'll head on towards Forest Home, Herbert, and eventually Fort Dale along Highway 10 out here. That'll be another road that ends up in the path of this thing, again, should it hold together. So broader perspective here, let's do that again. We'll kind of reset the stage. We've got a lot of folks just joining us now. We have thunderstorms popping, kind of two corridors of them now getting going, one from Alex City to Marbury back down into Wilcox County. Most of these are, as of this moment, not dangerous. The exception is that one in Monroe County. Then you've got another line of storms back to the west. This one showing signs of producing pockets of strong wind into parts of Bibb, Chilton, Shelby, Perry, and Marengo counties as 2:30 approaches. Additional showers getting going in southeast Alabama, but right now, inadequate forcing means that these will likely stay weak for another couple of hours. I think it'll be later in the morning before we get a lot of this on through that part of the state. Let me show you this. This is the look ahead here. The model, what we always look at initially is, how did it initialize? Does it have the right idea for right now? Because if it doesn't, if it's wrong in the present, it will almost certainly be wrong in the future. So I'm just trying to take you inside what we look at and how we think of this. And the answer is it's doing pretty well. The model has the line of storms back here, has some individual clusters of storms forming up and down. It actually did very well with the location of that one along the Wilcox-Monroe line. Now watch what happens here. The line moves east pretty steadily. By 4:30, it runs from about Alex City to Montgomery to Evergreen. These storms start to strengthen down in southeast Alabama. These would need to be watched by 4:30 in the morning. Then there's a pretty quick eastward push here, and by 6:30, the line of storms runs from Andalusia to Brundage to Phoenix City, and by 8:30, this is all out of Alabama. Now, there's leftover showers in the mix here, but none of what you see here would be dangerous. At 8:30, the wind has shifted around to the north. These are cold downpours with some pockets of hail in the mix and maybe even a few sleet pellets. And then as the colder air spills in, would you look at that? Trying to get a few wet snowflakes mixing in with a little rain out there in West Alabama. But we'll talk about that a little later on. New tornado warning, Butler County. We've been telling you this for the last 20 minutes or so. If this holds together, you needed to think about getting to that safe place. Well, the time to think has ended. In Butler County, you need to move now to that tornado safe place. This polygon does include the city of Greenville. So Forest Home, Greenville, Herbert, if you live anywhere along Alabama Highway 10 out here, you've got to get in that tornado safe place. If you live in a mobile home, get out. Going to a bathroom, a hallway, or closet in a mobile home doesn't do you any good. The problem in a mobile home is not the structure itself, it's how it stays connected to the ground. Most of the time it doesn't if it's a strong tornado. So you got to get out. If you live in a site-built home, lowest floor, hallway, bathroom, or closet. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Cover your head and neck with a helmet, a pillow, a pot, a pan, whatever. Anything you can do to protect your head and neck will go a long way. Don't panic, don't freak out, don't make bad decisions, don't make fast decisions, but you do need to make the decision. You need to move, you need to get to that safe spot. Again, northern Butler County for that active tornado warning coming now out of Monroe and Wilcox County. This will clip the northern half or so of the county. And you can sort of see the Weather Service, the initial polygon back here is kind of pointed more northeast. The Butler County side of it kind of accounts for that fact that the rotation is sort of hugging the southern flank of that storm pretty well. Let's go back in here and see if we what kind of signature this is producing. Still some rotation, to be sure. It is hard to know if the storm is weakening or if we are just in a part of the world where we don't have a lot of great low-level radar coverage. My suspicion is it's probably a little of both. We'll see if this gets extended over into Lowndes County. Those are different Weather Service offices. That's the other kind of part of this that happens sometimes. Lowndes County is covered by Birmingham. Butler County is covered by Mobile. And look, the way this storm is moving, I think it will mainly stay in Butler County. Downstream, if it keeps on that trajectory, it could affect parts of South Montgomery County, maybe northern Crenshaw. Again, that's a boundary situation, too. Montgomery County is covered by the Weather Service in Birmingham. Crenshaw County is covered by the Weather Service in Mobile. So sometimes you can get different philosophies from different offices. But we'll cut through all that with you and for you as we look at this. So there we go. So that tornado warning, the new one, goes until 3:15. That includes roughly the northern half of Butler County, northeastern Monroe County, and southeastern Wilcox County. Those are all in that tornado warning polygon just released from the National Weather Service for that storm right there. Then you've got the line back to the west, which I don't even want to say this out loud for fear of kind of jinxing us, but so far it's behaving, right? We've got some things we're watching up and down this line, but we have not seen to this point widespread problems yet. Let's make sure we're not missing anything here. Burst of wind along the leading edge, sure, but we do not see anything in terms of significant rotation. One thing I'm watching, with these lines of storms like this, we look for shapes a lot of times. And when you see these little notches, like that one right there, or like that right there, you've got to go into the velocity and see if we have any rotation with that. And I think you could make the argument there in southeastern Bibb, there's probably some weak rotation around Randolph and Cox. That's moving on over towards Jemison and Thorsby. That rotation is extremely weak. Right? But it is there, and the Barron shear marker picking up on it as well. A couple of little pockets there. One of them back up towards Manuka there in Chilton County, but more so that little kink in the line there along the Bibb-Chilton line. So just know that I'm watching that too, that Bibb and Chilton County back into Perry, heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and as the line begins to sort of segment out, what will happen here is instead of it being one continuous line, you'll start to see these kinks form, and eventually these storms will sort of start to separate out a little bit. And my suspicion is that is when you'll start to see that tornado risk go up a bit as we get on into 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning across a big part of central, east, and southeast Alabama primarily. But for now, we are most concerned about what's happening down in South Alabama. Let's pop back down there very quickly here. We'll pull up the Mobile radar, gives us the best look in. Quite frankly, we don't have a lot of great options in this part of the state, but your tornado warned storm is here where Wilcox County and Monroe County come together. It is moving steadily towards the east-northeast. So this is going to clip that far southeastern corner of Wilcox County, and then from there clip the far northwestern corner of Butler County. So it will be on that trajectory right there. If it holds that same path, it could threaten southern and southeastern Lowndes County after 3 o'clock or so, maybe more after 3:10, 3:15. So we've got time to watch it in Lowndes. But if you live in northern Butler, you need to be in that tornado safe place. If you live in the southeastern corner of Wilcox, you need to be in that tornado safe place. And if you live in northeastern Monroe County, you too need to be in that tornado safe place as this dangerous cluster of thunderstorms approaches from the west. So That's where we are as of 2:35 in the morning. We have multiple things that we're watching, and I'll move around a lot on this. And understand if you're in the path of this storm, you want me to stay on that entirely. And if you're in the path of these storms, you want me to stay on that entirely. And if you live down here, you're wondering what's going on with those, you want me to focus more on that. I get it. I really do. And if you stay with me, I will walk you through all of it. I promise. We'll bounce around. We'll get to all the storms. We'll walk through every one of them and what we're seeing here. But I do think we're going to have to maintain some vigilance here with the leading edge of this. Starting to see a little pocket of a stronger rotation there along 65 up in northern Chilton County, and then a few other little pockets of brief kind of quick rotation back into western Chilton, eastern Bibb, and eastern Perry. Right along that leading edge of that line. That line's becoming very jagged now. Let's go back to the Birmingham radar. Up here, that's the closest one. We'll get a better look, but you can sort of see what I'm talking about. That right there, and then you get multiple little kinks within this line. Each one of these could produce pockets of rotation, maybe even a quick tornado. Right now, we don't see any overwhelming evidence of a tornado, but that could change at any second. We are in constant communication with the National Weather Service. They are watching it, as are we, but they're kind of seeing the same thing we are in that for now, this is just something to watch. It's not anything to get worked up about. Again, that's Chilton County, Bibb County, and Perry County. So far, so good. When you look at this, is there some rotation? Yes. Is there rotation that's dangerous enough to where there needs to be a tornado warning? No, I don't think there is at this point. So we'll keep an eye on that. The storm's still behaving in southeast Alabama for now, right? That's good. Then we've got that tornado-warned storm back down coming into Butler County now. Let's go. We're at kind of a handoff point here where the Maxwell radar east of Montgomery becomes probably a little closer than Mobile. So as this moves closer to Greenville and Fort Deposit, the quality of radar data will increase just by geography because the rotation will get closer to that radar. But that's the trajectory here. So Herbert, Fort Dale, Forest Home, all in the path of this. So again, if you live up here in, initially the most imminent danger is in northwestern Butler County. So there's Forest Home, there's Herbert right there. This rotation is moving in that direction. So you need to be in that safe place immediately. If again, that's in the northwestern corner of Butler County. We do not have confirmation yet of a tornado. We have evidence of a tornado. We do not have confirmation. There could be one. This, again, is a part of the world where there's inadequate low-level radar coverage, so it's impossible to know right now if there's a tornado. All available evidence suggests that there very well could be one, though, and I don't want you to wait on confirmation and become the confirmation, right? So go ahead and treat this as if it's on the ground and get to that tornado safe place. Forest Home, Mount Moriah, Herbert, Fort Dale, Liberty, Greenville itself. Anywhere north of Greenville in Butler County is at risk here. Greenville itself is in the polygon as well, so you will need to go to that tornado safe place as well. Here's the Barron Shear product. It's not overwhelming, but it's something, right? There is, again, that's that word again, evidence. There is evidence of some rotation there. When I look at this, there's evidence of rotation when I look at this. The shape of the storm itself, right? Kind of that little miniature hook segment right there. That argues for some mid-level rotation as well. So plenty of evidence, no confirmation. That's the world we operate in, especially in this part of the state. That's just the nature of this, right? As this moves into Butler, it will get closer to the Montgomery radar. We'll be able to see it a little better. But right now, we're all sort of just seeing what we can see and doing the best with what we can see. All right, Storm Prediction Center. They say there is a 60% chance that they're going to issue a downstream watch to include more of Alabama, primarily damaging wind threat and an embedded tornado or two. That's just hot off the presses, 2:37 a.m. So this would include southeast Alabama back into the Florida Panhandle. So it's essentially all the counties that are not in the current tornado watch. Here's the current set of watches and warnings. The yellow counties are in the tornado watch. These are not. That's what they're trying to figure out right now. And we talked about this on the live stream, that they had added a few counties to an existing tornado watch in order to buy themselves some time to see how this all plays out and to decide if they see enough threat to extend that tornado watch eastward. Earlier today, I would have told you it was a slam dunk they would have to do that, but now I think the chances are probably, they've gone down a little. But, you know, we're kind of in that this could go either way part of this whole setup right now. The storms are moving into a more favorable storm environment. They will likely strengthen, right? We don't yet know exactly how strong they become or exactly how dangerous they become. We know we have one right now that's showing enough rotation to prompt a tornado warning. But we also know it's just one that we have, right? We have other storms, but right now none of those are spinning enough to where the Weather Service jumps in and says, hey, wait, that's a tornado. Prattville, heavy rain on the south end of town right now. That's that storm producing some lightning back out towards Swift Creek Park, but not a lot. That's mainly just some heavy rain. We'll watch that as it moves north as well. Then back to the wider perspective, let's check back in with that line up here into Chilton, and for that, the Birmingham radar gives us the best look in. Same sort of thing here. We're still watching a couple of these little suspicious kinks in the line, but what I'll do here is take you up and down. Where the red and the green are separated like that's a good thing. That's a classic strong wind signature, but it's not a tornado signature, right? At this point in time. Where it gets a little iffier, you get down here and you don't see quite as much separation between the red and the green, and they start to kind of dance together a little bit. And the shape of some of these storms, right, with these C-shaped little bends, is enough to, we just need to watch that. It's in this same category as it was the last time we checked in down here. It is something to watch, like this, for instance, right there. A little pocket of rotation that's coming into Thorsby right now. This is not an active tornado situation, but it is enough, there's enough in that to where I want to watch another scan or two come in and see if that starts to tighten up, see if it starts to get bigger, stronger, deeper, right? Right now, we just watch, wait, and see what the data plays here. Remember, good meteorologists are not pitchers or hitters. We're just umpires, right? We call balls and strikes, and I see a little rotation there southwest of Thorsby. If that were to strengthen, the Weather Service may need to consider a tornado warning for Coleman or for Chilton County, but for now, I think they're right in not having one. That is very minor rotation. Lots of storms rotate. Only a few produce tornadoes. So that's kind of where we are right now in the whole scheme of things. This is still in that watch or wait kind of phase to this, where a lot can and probably will change, right? This is a fluid scenario. There are multiple clusters of thunderstorms on the prowl roaming around the state, some of which are dangerous. A lot of them right now are not. A lot of them right now are more so in the we're watching it kind of realm than the you need to be overly concerned about this. The exception would be Monroe, Wilcox, and Butler County, where we have that active tornado warning. So still watching this. This is, again, right in the heart of Chilton County. There's Clanton down there, Thorsby, Jemison, there's the Pleasant Grove community. Isabella would be right down there. That is that little small area of weak rotation I've got my eye on there. We'll zoom out a little bit here and kind of look back down the line. That's really about it right now. But the way these storms are becoming shaped, I do suspect as these cross I-65, we may start to see a little uptick in the number of dangerous thunderstorms. Let's go back to the Maxwell radar and take you down back into Monroe, Wilcox, and Butler counties. We'll see what's going on here. Still have some persistent rotation. Right now, that rotation is essentially where Wilcox, Monroe, and Butler counties meet. If you live near that sort of triple point area, you are in the path of a possible tornado that is moving on towards the east-northeast. This tornado warning does not include Lowndes County right now. This is tracking towards Fort Deposit, though. So if you live in southern Lowndes County, you need to be ready to move. just in case. If this were to continue to strengthen, we could potentially see an additional kind of downstream tornado warning end up in Lowndes. For now, you don't need to do anything but pay attention. The latest scan, that rotation is a little tighter there, west of downtown Greenville. This is right on top of Alabama Highway 10 here. We'll remove the telestrator there. Close to A-Win right there. That's State Route 10 coming in from Greenville right there. This is Highway 21 back over here. So this would be right over the A-Win community, and the movement here is off towards the east-northeast. So northwestern Butler County, and then eventually, if it holds together, parts of southern Lowndes. And if it were to hold together a long time, we could end up dealing with issues with this out of northern Crenshaw or southern Montgomery counties. But that would be after 3:30 before we really got into a lot of that conversation. So that's kind of the whole lay of the land here at this hour. Checking the National Weather Service chat to see what they're thinking about things. Circulation has broadened out some, but is still persisting. Worst of it's along Highway 47 near the Wilcox line. So that's what they're seeing, the same thing we're seeing with that. So there's your rotation. That's A-Win right there. That's Alabama Highway 10 coming in from Greenville would be over here. Camden would be up there. State Route 10 at A-Win bends back to the northwest a little, right? That road runs east and west, but out of A-Win, it goes north for a little while to help it get up towards the Camden area. So there is your relatively elongated and broad area of rotation where Wilcox, this is Wilcox right here, this is Butler, and this is Monroe County. Where those three counties meet, that's where we've got some spin going on right now. That's going to head on up towards Forest Home, and then from there move on towards southern Lowndes, northern Crenshaw, southern Montgomery County. That is the only active tornado warning in our area, but we are carefully monitoring storms back to the north. We have an intense line of thunderstorms that is pushing now through Chilton, Perry, Shelby, and Marengo counties. The shape of the storms is really what we've got our eye on here because of you see the way they've got some inflow notches coming in here. This could produce some pockets of damaging wind. This could produce perhaps even a brief tornado down the road. Right now, we do not see enough evidence in that for any level of kind of overwhelming concern, but that could again change at any point. So it's 2:47 in the morning. You are watching continuous weather coverage on WSFA 12 News and on the WSFA family of apps. We have apps everywhere. Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Roku, your iOS device, your Android device. Wherever you go to get apps, just search WSFA. I'm also streaming this live coverage on YouTube at Josh Johnson Weather and at WSFA, and also streaming it live on Facebook, on WSFA's main Facebook page and the Josh Johnson WSFA page. So lots of ways for you to watch this. And the reason I say that is some of you are watching this on a TV and then the power goes out and you go, what do I do? So I'm trying to give you a little heads up coaching on this. That's what you do, right? Ahead of time, before this thing becomes any sort of danger to you, have it set up where you can watch it on your mobile device as well, right? Particularly if your mobile device has good cell connectivity, because if you don't, right, if you're solely dependent on your home's internet, if the power goes out, that goes with it in most cases, unless you've got kind of a unique setup there. So if you can get that going on a mobile device that has cell connectivity, if the power goes out, you don't lose anything. You can kind of seamlessly pick it back up on YouTube, on Facebook, on the WSFA News app, WSFA Weather app. Just find a Watch Live button and go there. So that's the lay of the land right now. Line of storms back here. Individual cells forming out ahead of it, producing some strong wind and the possibility of a brief tornado. Let's pop back in down south. I want to keep a close eye on that one. Coming out of Wilcox and Monroe and into Butler County. Spinning back up. That's strongest rotation we've seen in several scans now. So that rotation has tightened back up as it comes into Forest Home. So it is right here, right along Alabama Highway 10. There's George Swamp Road. There's Forest Home Road. There's Monterey Road. Butler County Road 12 is here. That's Alabama Highway 10 right there. So that's Forest Home Road that comes in. There's a T right there. Heavily treed as you come into Forest Home. It's a beautiful drive, but you come into town kind of in the middle of Forest Home, if you want to call it that, and This big trees. So you're not going to see this thing coming. There's a new scan coming in there. That rotation, again, relatively tight now. So let's do a quick one. Outbound wind around 37 miles an hour, inbound wind around 46. So that's 83 mile per hour gate-to-gate rotation. Understand, though, that's being measured several thousand feet above the ground. This is not at ground level. So again, that's why I say there is evidence of a tornado. There is not confirmation of a tornado. But I want you to treat those the same, right? If you ignore the evidence of a tornado, you may become the confirmation of that tornado, right? And I don't want that, and you don't want that. So the lowest floor of your home, hallway, bathroom, or closet. So yeah, Weather Service saying the Montgomery radar showing the circulation strengthening again as it moves towards Forest Home. We're all on the same page there. Lots of Facebook comments about being stressed. Please, please, please don't be stressed. This is a level 3 out of 5 risk. 1 is the lowest, 5 is the highest, 3 is right in the middle. If you've lived here for even a year, you have been through worse threats than this. I'm not saying ignore it. I'm saying you do not need to live in fear. You do not need to be anxious, stressed, or worried. You need to be prepared. Have a plan. Have multiple reliable ways of getting weather warnings that are capable of waking you up. Don't rely on outdoor sirens. Best case, NOAA Weather Radio paired with the WSFA First Alert Weather app. That's a winning combination. Second thing is a plan. Where will I go? You live in a site-built home, it's easy. Lowest floor of your home. Hallway, bathroom, or closet. If you have a basement or storm shelter, even better. If you live in a mobile home, our advice to you is a little tougher because of the way the home is anchored to the ground. It's not your home itself. Your home itself is strong. It's made out of metal. But the way those anchorage systems simply can't hold up against the wind of a tornado. So mobile homes often will get flipped over or lofted into the air, and that becomes really tough, right? I don't care what kind of home you have. If it gets thrown through the air and lands on its side, it's going to be a bad day. So if you live in a mobile home, there's no such thing as a safe place in it. You got to get out because of that anchorage system problem. So nearby family member, a friend, a neighbor, community storm shelter, safer places, right? A lot of counties have safer places programs where it may not be a storm shelter, but it's a sturdier building than a mobile home because of the anchorage system's problem there. So bottom line is, if you have those things in place, multiple reliable ways of getting weather warnings, know where you'll go, you don't need to be living in fear or worried. You just need to, we'll just keep an eye on things, watch it, we'll watch it with you, and keep you ahead of all of it. All right, that thing really has tightened up, no doubt about it. We have a possible tornado here. Your gate-to-gate now, Forest Home, that's 32 miles an hour outbound. The inbound is 58. So about 90 miles per hour gate-to-gate shear there, right coming into Forest Home right now. If you live in Forest Home, you have to be in your tornado safe place. This is going to move on up here, very near Herbert, maybe a little north of there, and then towards Fort Dale. And if you live anywhere along the Butler-Lowndes County line, you need to be in that tornado safe place. The way this is moving, this is going to track over Bragg's Road. That's this one right here. That's State Route 185 right up here. This will end up pretty close to the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. The course down in Greenville. So if you're familiar with that piece of real estate, it's close to that within the next 15 to 30 minutes. So if you live near RTJ, it's Shirling Lake Road. It shows up on the map. That's actually it right there. So it's off Shirling Lake Road. Fort Dale, RTJ, Forest Home, Ridgeville, Butler Lowndes line, Highway 185 from Fort Dale all the way to the Lowndes line. Get in that tornado safe place. Just to be thorough here, let's check the debris indicator on this. That's interesting right there back behind the storm, that little flash of green in there. Let's see if that's, when we animate it, let's see what that looks like. If that were to pop up kind of out of nowhere. It's not out of the question that that's tornado debris right there. We'll wait for confirmation from the National Weather Service, but that signature sure does look suspicious down there. Again, this is a little bit behind the velocity couplet, but that right there, that little flash of green right there at the very end, I really want to see another scan or two before I call it, but right in there, that looks like that could potentially be some tornado debris. And that lines up very well with where that velocity couplet really tightened up. Right there, west of Forest Home, when it really tightened up like that, that looked like a little drop in the correlation coefficient, which would argue towards the idea of some tornado debris being lofted into the air. We do not have that confirmation yet from the National Weather Service. And now, if I can confirm it myself, I'll do that. They've got an entire team of people looking at the radar. they don't have to be talking about it. They're focusing in on exclusively that, right? So a lot of times we'll defer to them. If we can make it out ourselves, we'll just go ahead and call it. This is one of those where it could go either way, but I just want you to understand, I think there could be a tornado on the ground now at Forest Home. So if you have family member or friends from Forest Home to Fort Dale that live out near RTJ in Greenville, make sure they're aware this is a dangerous situation with a possibility of a tornado. Again, we do not yet have confirmation of a tornado. We have evidence of a tornado. Those are different concepts, right? But I don't want you to ignore it, right? If you wait on confirmation, you may wait too late. And I don't want that. You don't want that. So strong evidence of a tornado near Forest Home now in northwestern Butler County. This is going to track again across the northern sections of Butler County. Greenville is in the tornado warning polygon. The way this is moving, I suspect it will go north of downtown Greenville. So if you live in Greenville, in the city limits, this probably goes north of you, but Fort Dale in the path of this. And Greenville itself, I can't give you an all clear. I think you need to stay in your tornado safe place as a course of least regret. Oftentimes these things can move to the right a little bit. So I don't want you to get out of your safe place in Greenville. I want you to stay in it. But if this were to continue moving on its current trajectory, this would likely be more of a Fort Dale problem than a Greenville problem. Let me figure that out before you get out of that safe place. I'll tell you when it's all clear, I promise. Let's go back into the Maxwell radar again. I want to go back into that debris thing, see if we can get another. Right now it's still the same scan. What I'm talking about specifically, and this is kind of a sea of noise here, but this right here, that little lowering is right behind where that velocity couplet really tightened up. So when you animate this out, and I'll leave the circle on so when the loop finishes, you can see where we are. But we need to see another scan. That's honestly where this is. That could just be a blip in the data, or that could be a genuine artifact of some debris kind of trailing behind that pocket of rotation. Right now, there's just no way of knowing for sure. Just kind of watch, wait, and see. Let's go back to the current. Yeah, that's pretty far west, too. I mean, the rotation's over Forest Home now. That would be a very tilted tornado kind of vortex if you had one there. And that's the new scan, and it looks messier than ever. So we will stick with the idea for now that this is a radar-indicated tornado, not a confirmed one. That likely is not tornado debris there. That is probably... this would still exist in the realm of a possible tornado. But the shape of that storm is concerning, right? The storm relative velocity product, wow, yeah, that is extremely concerning data there. When you start to see these little bullseyes of brighter green like that, interlocked with the red, that is extremely strong evidence of a tornado. So if we don't have one on the ground yet, we may any minute now. Again, this is northern Butler County. They've trimmed the polygon a little here. You'll notice downtown Greenville is no longer in it, but Matt Crenshaw Airport, the first Greenville exit, kind of that Fort Dell exit off the interstate, those are in it. So let's not get cute. You live in Greenville, stay in your tornado safe place. As I've said all along, though, I suspect this will go a little north of there. But if you live from Forest Home to Fort Dell, now is the time to act. You have to get in that tornado safe place. Listen to what I'm telling you. Your life could be in jeopardy, right? This has the growing evidence of a tornado and potentially a strong tornado. The signature that we're seeing here with that bright green, that really does sort of jump off the screen a little bit here. The shape of the storm as well. You've got that kind of classic hook echo shape there right over the Forest Home area. So growing evidence of a tornado in northern Butler County, and it's headed for Fort Dale, Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail, Shirling Lake, that area. So north and northwest of downtown Greenville, you've got to be in that tornado safe place. New scan coming in there. Again, that brighter green color is what we look at. This is sort of broad, but it is strong rotation, right? The other thing I'm watching, just given the shape of the storms, this is your tornado warned storm here. I think we've got to keep a little careful eye what's happening back here on that southwestern flank. If that one were to occlude, this one could become the dominant mesocyclone, and you could end up with a new tornado warning that pops back behind the first one. Sometimes that happens. So we really need eyes in the back of our heads on nights like tonight, where you've got all these different processes happening all at the same time, especially out here where low-level radar coverage is not really as great as we would really like for it to be. Let's sort of reset the stage here a little bit. I will pop back to the Maxwell radar. We have a tornado-warned storm in northern Butler County. We have an additional storm we're watching in southeastern Wilcox County. Then we have a line of intense thunderstorms that runs from around Flag Mountain in northwestern Coosa back through Clanton, Maplesville, close to Billingsley now, Plantersville, Marion Junction, then from there back down towards Catherine, Safford, Alberta, and Miller's Ferry, back towards Grove Hill. It's all moving east pretty quickly, but this is the most dangerous storm in the state. These are capable of producing damaging wind and or isolated tornadoes. And the environment east of I-65 is likely a little more favorable for some strengthening in this. So I'm not sure that this is going to weaken as it moves east, right? We're starting to see these storms grow up a little bit as well. And we've got another pretty intense cell firing north of Monroeville out ahead of the line. So you've got the line itself, then you've got these individual storms causing problems along it as well. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. You are watching continuous weather coverage on WSFA 12 News, the WSFA family of apps, and on Facebook and YouTube. We welcome you into this coverage here in the Vance Law Firm Storm Track Zone, where we are tracking multiple active weather scenarios and situations right now. The most urgent of which is in northern Butler County with a possible tornado there. But I do want to take you up and down the northern part of this and that line. Damaging wind possible anywhere you see purple. So it's not one continuous line, right? There's these little pops. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there. These would be pockets of damaging straight line thunderstorm wind. This would not be necessarily tornadoes in that mix right now. Now, I do want us to also keep an eye on the overall kind of scenario here, where you've got, all right, Lowndes County now in a tornado warning. So we'll keep an eye on the northern part of the line. Right now, though, I don't see anything rotationally that's dangerous or catches my eye. So with that in mind, we'll pop back down to Lowndes. We've got to get you that update in now. That is a new tornado warning for southeastern Lowndes County for the storm coming out of Butler. So it's for that you see right there. This includes Fort Deposit. This will probably, again, I think it hugs probably the bottom half of that polygon, but the Weather Service doing an excellent job here. Just draw the polygon a little bigger than you need it to be. I would rather give you a little too good of a warning than not good enough. This is coming towards Fort Dale now. So Forest Home is here. There's Fort Dale. This is going to move very near or a tick north of Fort Dale and cross Bragg's Road right there. That's Alabama Highway 263 that runs from Fort Dale up towards Palmyra. Then from this, it'll cross that, and then it'll cross Highway 185 between Fort Deposit and Fort Dale. So it'll probably split the difference there. Maybe a little closer to the Fort Deposit side of that. And then if this holds together a little longer, it'll cross Interstate 65 over towards Logan. That's US 31 right there. That's that's Interstate 65. That's US 31. Here's your possible tornado. So southeastern Lowndes County now in that tornado warning. This includes Leadahatchee. This includes the I-65, really from the Leadahatchee exit all the way down to the Butler line. This includes Sandy Ridge, Flatwoods, the Calhoun School, New Hope Church is in this as well. We'll broaden the perspective out here and do a quick storm track on this. This is moving towards the east-northeast at around 45 miles per hour. On that track, this is over RTJ Cambrian Ridge. We've been talking about that golf course for a while now. In about 5 minutes, this is over Fort Dale at 311, Fort Deposit around 319. And then from there, Priester's Pecans around 323, about 20 minutes, this would cross Interstate 65, and then it ends up near Sandy Ridge around 330. Again, this is if this all holds together. So we'll leave those up on the screen here, and I'll just sort of maneuver the map as necessary to keep the polygon clear there. The outer red box is the tornado warning polygon for southeastern Lowndes, northern Butler counties. If this holds together past Lowndes County, we'll need to have a conversation about northern Crenshaw and southern Montgomery counties potentially going under tornado warnings after 3:30. Again, we've got plenty of time to watch, wait, and see on that, but I'd like to try to lead these a little bit and give you the best information as I possibly can with that. So active tornado warning, Butler and Lowndes. Weather Service in Birmingham issuing the Lowndes County tornado warning. Weather Service in Mobile issuing the Butler County tornado warning. So that's where we are as of 3:04 a.m. The line of storms is still well back to the west. This is the only active tornado warning at this point in Butler and Lowndes. It gets close to Calico Fort, where they have the big arts festival every year. That'll be in about 15 minutes. Priesters Pecans in about 19 minutes there at 3:23. Sandy Ridge at 3:30. More imminently, RTJ, Greenville, that's the technical name of that course is Cambrian Ridge, in about 4 minutes. You've got to get to that tornado safe place right now. Fort Dale, not long either. So this will go very close to Fort Dale, maybe a tick north of it, and then Fort Deposit in the path of this thing as well, between, we'll say, 3:17 and 3:25. Remember, these times are approximate. The other thing, too, is when you look at these times, please, if this time tells you it's going to be there at 3:20 a.m., do not sit on your couch until 3:19 waiting. Get up and move, right? These times are approximate. Storms speed up, storms slow down. There's some wiggle room in this. So you need to understand that and make good decisions based on that information, right? So understand these times are fluid, and you don't need to play chicken with a tornado. If we're telling you to get to your safe place, get to your safe place. Lowndes County Middle around 3:20, Calico Fort around 3:20. Then it crosses Interstate 65 sometime between 3:20 and 3:30. Very close to Priesters Pecans. That's off exit 142 off of Interstate 65. That will be between Montgomery and Greenville, closer to the Greenville side of that stretch of interstate there. The other thing I've got to point out here is this, and I've told you about this one already. There is the storm that prompted the tornado warning. This is rotating as well, though. There is some rotation back on the southwestern flank of that thing, closer to Pineapple. And when you look at the shape of the storm, that's a little bit of a giveaway here. You've got the hook echo with that one, but you've got a hook echo back here as well. So I think that's another storm that we're going to have to keep an eye on, and it will follow almost in the exact same path here. So as one passes, we may have another problem on our hands, right, with all of this. So we've got time to kind of watch and wait and see how that plays out. But there is some rotation with that westernmost part of this storm back over towards the Wilcox Butler County line. So you've got this one that's got the tornado warning with it. This one isn't warned at this point in time, but I do think it bears some watching. Back we'll go to the line itself. It's back here. So far, so good. This is still relatively behaving. Let me zoom in up here into Coosa County. Strong wind now. Gold Branch, Marble Valley, west of Stewartville, west of 231. Raining torrentially now north of Lake Mitchell, and then back into Chilton County. It is raining hard now in downtown Clanton. Strong wind with that. We're 22 branches off. Strong wind there, north of Pletcher. Coming into towards the Alabama State EMA headquarters. The state EMA headquarters is right there where 31 drops back south of I-65 off exit 205. So if you get off that exit, turn right, go past Peach Park, it'll be there on your left. That's essentially the state's command center for all disasters, including weather. So we'll keep an eye out for them, but heavy rain, some thunder, some lightning back into Chilton County, and big chunk of Chilton too, by the way. That goes back down towards Maplesville, Billingsley, and Autauga County, and then from there back down towards Valley Grande and Selma, back down to the southwest. Speaking of Selma, let me take you there now live via our ASC Credit Union camera network. Rain is falling now in downtown. The trees are not swaying much, so it doesn't look like we have much wind here in Dallas County right now. That's good news. Hopefully that continues. Doesn't look like it's, if you look at the street lamp there, you can see looks like the rain's kind of blowing sideways across that a little bit. So maybe the tree's a little protected with the building there. Yeah, if you look at the flag down there, you can actually see the wind kicking in a little bit there, and look on the streets too. So as we've started watching this camera, there is more evidence of some strong wind there getting into Dallas County and into specifically here downtown Selma. The view here is from the south, looking back from downtown, back across the historic Edmund Pettus Bridge. Lots of lightning flashing across the night sky here at 3:09 in the morning on a bumpy and stormy Monday. This is a tricky start to the day, isn't it? With the heavy rain, the thunder, the lightning, and the gusty wind. New update. This is just in. New tornado watch is coming shortly for the areas east of I-65. So there will be an additional tornado watch that is going to be issued momentarily. We have a 47-mile-per-hour wind gust measured at Talladega Municipal Airport. Just to let you know about that. Then we've got the tornado warning down south in Butler County. One of the comments says, that person just ran a red light. It did look that way, didn't it? I didn't want to call them out. I wasn't sure. The lights were kind of swinging around a little bit. Maybe it was yellow. I don't know. But, yeah. How about that? Windy and wet in downtown Selma. At this point, nothing dangerous with that. Up and down this line, though, we've got a lot to look at and a lot to watch there. So tornado warning for Lowndes County. Tornado warning for Butler County for that storm back down to the south. Let's zoom you back out here. The Maxwell radar will serve us best down in this part of the world here. And there is your tornado warned storm. You have some rotation now approaching the Lowndes County line. It's right up here, very near Fort Dale. It's a little bit north of Fort Dale. You've got that rotation right there. So again, there's Bragg's up there. This is Bragg's Road. That's 165 heading back towards Fort Deposit. That's exit 142 right there. Off of I-65. There's Sandy Ridge right over here. Flatwoods sits right over here. This is going to move straight towards all of those areas I just named. Fort Deposit, Priesters, Pecan, Sandy Ridge, and Flatwoods would be next in line. This will go a little south of the Calhoun School. This will go a little south of Lita-Hatchie. This will go a little south of Davenport, which is right along the Montgomery-Lowndes line. The interesting thing will be, what does the Weather Service decide to do as this gets closer to the edge of the polygon there? Do they issue over into Crenshaw, Montgomery, or not? Based on what I see at this point, I'm not sure they will. But, you know, we'll see. All right, this is the new tornado watch. It's in the process of coming out, so we'll see what all counties this includes. The way this works is each National Weather Service office kind of starts to pump out that new tornado watch. So Tallahassee has put it out already for their 5 counties. Mobile has extended theirs over. And now, look, that was Birmingham hitting send on it as well. So it filters through a little bit there. But now there is a tornado watch for essentially every county in our area. Now, the good news is the line of storms is moving through. So soon, Perry, Marengo, Wilcox will be able to clear out of that tornado watch. But for now, every county in our area is under a tornado watch. This latest, the new tornado watch, by the way, runs until, let me get an expiration time on that. It's so fresh, it's not even out yet. So 9 o'clock in the morning. Now understand, I do not expect severe weather to last until 9 a.m. The way this will work, they'll issue it until 9 a.m. over into Georgia. That means they think by 9 o'clock the tornado threat will be out near the edge of the tornado watch, which is in Georgia. The tornado threat will end in the next hour or two for a lot of you west of I-65. It'll end by 8 o'clock at the latest for most of southeast Alabama. So this will not last that long. And for a lot of you, this, you know, we kind of set the broader perspective here. Let me go back to the radar. You've got the tornado warning here. We're watching that carefully. But then, you know, if you live behind this line, the threat of severe weather has ended, and I expect Birmingham to clear out Marengo and Perry County from that tornado watch probably at 3:30 or so. They're usually pretty good about canceling out those tornado watches. And again, I don't want you to be worked up about the fact that they just issued out till 9 a.m. We do not expect the risk of tornadoes to last until 9 a.m. for hardly any of our area. For the city of Montgomery, you know, it's 3:13 right now. I think by 5:30 at the latest, this is through the city of Montgomery. And that's at the latest. So this is not going to be an all-morning kind of thing. You know who is going to be here all morning? I know a guy. Do you know a guy? Do you know a guy?
I halfway know a guy.
You know a guy?
Maybe.
Hey, Nick.
Hello.
Welcome.
You need anything?
I need
It's been going for hours.
Oh, man, I'm like the Energizer Bunny.
Keep going and going.
Going and going and going and going. Welcome.
Where's the drum?
I don't know. I do not know. So we've got this active tornado warning scenario in northern Butler and southern Lowndes. If it holds together long enough, we could get that over into Montgomery. We've got another storm that's starting to show that little claw shape on the back end of it in Monroe County. Sure. These storms are starting to strengthen a little.
Yeah, I was reading the chat from Birmingham. They were kind of analyzing the environment that it's going into, and it's unfortunately favorable for some stronger storms. And when I was coming into work this morning, I felt the humidity, which is never a good thing, and the winds coming out of the south. Not great. Just
kind of had that vibe, didn't it?
It did. And, you know, we talked about it last week that there was a chance for strong storms, but it kept getting ramped up more and more and more as we got closer and closer to it. And here we are. And unfortunately, it is ramping up.
It's doing things. I don't like it when they do things.
Me neither, especially at night.
Those are the worst. And this is our second one in 5 days.
I know. I felt like this is deja vu.
I know, right?
I felt like we were just doing this.
Just doing this Wednesday night.
A couple of nights ago. So.
Right. And at least Wednesday night, it was like, okay, it's Thursday. We're almost to the weekend.
This is
Sunday night, like everybody's staying awake watching this. We're up all night with you. And then the work week begins.
I know.
Boo hiss, man.
And then we get cold, and then is boo hiss.
And I mean, we should probably talk about that 4-letter word too a little bit.
No.
He said, nope.
Not that S word.
Not that. Some of you may see a wet snowflake. Look, you're going to hear about it on social media, so I'll just level with you. We may see a few wet snowflakes mix in with some rain north of Montgomery Monday morning, early Monday afternoon. The ground is warm. The air temperature is well above freezing. It's a novelty if you see it at all. The ground could turn white in the northeastern corner of Alabama up on Lookout Mountain, Mount Cheaha, places like that, but we do not expect any accumulation here. And for most of you, you won't even see anything. So let me just get the air out of that balloon pretty quick. So they've let Butler County expire, it looks like, and we've kept the tornado warning up for Lowndes County.
It looks like they're going to add another one, a little sliver.
There it is. Okay, all right. So they let that one expire, and then they reissued because the rotation is essentially right on the county line now.
It just barely touches Crenshaw.
Oh, it is into Crenshaw?
It is into Crenshaw.
Wow, I wonder if they meant to do that.
Just so you know. So if you're in Crenshaw and you start hearing tornado sirens, it's
probably not for you.
Like 50 miles, maybe.
No, I mean, that's
like 10 miles.
That might be 50 feet.
Well.
Look at that.
I don't know.
I wonder if anyone lives in that little part of Crenshaw County.
If you live there, let us know.
Right, yeah, that's a niche thing for sure. So there's your possible tornado there. There's Fort Dale, that's Fort Deposit. I told you earlier I thought this would go kind of right between those two, and that's what it's doing, going right between Fort Dale and Fort Deposit. Movement here just north of due east, so this will kind of straddle the county line for a little while, head towards Flatwoods. If it holds together and keeps spinning, the Weather Service in Birmingham will need to consider something for Montgomery County. But right now, I will tell you, I think this rotation is kind of broad, I think would be a word. I hate to use the word weak, but...
Well, they said that it could be recycling.
Could be recycling
just
now.
Basically means it could re-strengthen at any moment. So
right. Gotcha.
Probably the best to keep the tornado warning and stay in your safe zone. Don't go anywhere. We'll give you the all clear when this passes. Talked about this Wednesday night too. We've been getting reports of power outages on the main line itself, and so a lot of times trees, buildings, outdoor lawn chairs. I mean, it felt like summer lately, so people had a lot of summer stuff out, spring stuff out. Doesn't know the difference between straight line winds, rotating winds, so still could cause a lot of damages. We'll probably see Alabama State Bird, the trampoline pictures everywhere. So definitely going to be a bumpy night for us. So I guess bumpy morning now as we're approaching 3:20 in the morning right now. Right.
Pretty crazy stuff as this whole thing goes here. So. So we've got the tornado warning now for Lowndes and the far, and I mean, just a few people in Crenshaw. This does not include Laverne, Brantley, Highland, Home, Dozier, any of the population centers in the county. This is that little sliver there. It may very well have been an accident. I don't know, but we'll let them hash all that out. But you've got a possible tornado there near Fort Deposit and along the Lowndes-Butler line. That's moving towards the east. Then we have all this other stuff. Big line of storms now, Coosa, Chilton, Autauga back into Dallas, Wilcox, and Clark. Individual storms out ahead of the line, starting to misbehave a little more into southern Lowndes. Then Monroe County, we're watching the storms down there as well.
And then all of those over there keep lining up one after another near Eufaula.
I know.
I don't love that.
They're probably, just the shape of that alone says you need to watch that one. You get these little kind of miniature hook. These little.
See if there's any lightning in this.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Starting to pulse up a little bit. So
usually lightning indicates strengthening of a storm. So we like to look at that to see what are they doing and if they're getting stronger. So
right. Absolutely. So we saw that, by the way, with that storm in Monroe County. That was the first sort of giveaway that, was that lightning count really started to surge. So.
And these are electric storms. I mean, I could see all of the lightning in the distance when I was on 85 heading west on a south.
On a south, right.
So,
it's confusing.
It is.
482 lightning strikes across roughly the southern half of the
like
state.
My big head's in the way. I'll walk off for a second.
The line's doing work with lightning, and then that Lowndes County storm is just bombs over Baghdad there. You've got all kinds of lightning going on with that. We'll turn the lightning off because, frankly, it's kind of hard to make out any of the other features. There's so much of it, it's kind of hiding things. But southern Lowndes County, we've still got that active tornado warning for that and northern Butler. We'll go into the storm relative velocity product. There is rotation in this. It is not overwhelming rotation. It is
looked a lot better earlier.
It looked a lot better, looked a lot more dangerous back over northern Butler County. So that's what we're looking at with that.
But even if it looked a lot better, it doesn't mean it can't, in an instant, drop something again. So definitely something we're going to have to keep a close eye out on. Warning goes for another 24 minutes, so got a little ways to go.
So we have there are miles to travel yet with that, it would seem, right?
Sure.
So that's the only active tornado warning that we have, and this storm is the only storm that has prompted any tornado warnings. That's the good news. The bad news is it's prompted a bunch of them all the way back into Monroe and Wilcox. Now it's into Butler and Lowndes. So that's 4 of our counties that have at some point gone under a tornado warning as a result of that one individual storm. If there's a silver lining in this, it's that so far the line of storms itself is behaving. Knock on glass, right? We have some pockets of strong wind within that. And as Nick mentioned, as the National Weather Service mentioned, I suspect as this thing comes back towards areas east of I-65, you would probably see a little uptick in intensity. So, and that's, I think, kind of what the Weather Service is seeing and thinking as well in this whole mix. Circulation holding steady, updraft trying to re-strengthen. That was 7 minutes ago. Could be cycling a little bit. Instabilities are climbing significantly in the southern portions of the Birmingham metro, or of the Birmingham coverage area, which is basically us. Wind shear is extremely favorable for rotating supercells. So that's where we are. We're at a kind of an inflection point with this whole thing where we've got some good news, some bad news, and then there's a lot of this that we're simply going to have to watch, wait, and see how it plays out over the course of the next 1 to 2 hours. The line is behaving so far. That's good news. Storms are firing ahead of the line. That's bad news. Some of them have prompted tornado warnings, and they're moving into an environment where more rotation is likely, and it's likely that these storms may intensify a bit more as we go on through the next, 2, 3, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Between now and about 7:30.
And you mentioned that they would start clearing the watch behind the main line because areas that have already seen the strongest part of this line itself are pretty much done, and that's what they just did. They cleared some of the watch off.
Oh, yeah. Marengo and Perry.
So
bye-bye.
the National Weather Service is pretty good at dropping counties once the threat is over. So we're thankful for that. So I would say goodnight, Marengo and Perry, but you're already up, so.
Might as well hang around and watch Today in Alabama.
Sure.
coming up in an hour and 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, already see Judd Davis walking in.
Judd Davis is ready to go.
Along with Jasmine Williams.
Got his Diet Dr. Pepper ready to roll. Yeah, appreciate that.
I was watching on the app or listening on the app.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate that, as always. Southeastern Lowndes County is the only active tornado warning. Technically, northern Butler. It's the one same storm, and Nick, I really think it's Lowndes, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's firmly in. Interesting shape, though. I mean, I see the inflow going into it, but it's more of a S now. So
probably some little bit of interference with that.
True.
Out there, which is probably helping us. And I think Birmingham's probably right in that I think this storm, I think this storm is probably cycling.
Yeah.
And my suspicion is if that lifts on north and we get more uninterrupted inflow, if that were to happen, I think you would probably see a re-intensification of this as it comes on into South Montgomery County. So you live at Pentlala, Ada, Sprague, Raymer, Grady. Go ahead and go through. Don't go through your tornado safety plan yet. Be ready, though. Pay attention to this storm. Keep an eye on what it's doing. Keep an eye on the weather. Right?
Right.
So.
Be close to our tall tower down there, too.
Yeah, yeah.
So
we really got a camera on the tall tower. That would be a commanding view, wouldn't
10
it?
out of 10.
Yeah,
It would
right.
be 10
Absolutely.
out of 10.
Absolutely. So.
I keep checking, we have a lot of different radar sources, so I'm not just looking at my phone to text people, but still on these other radar things that we can see, I guess you could say, still not looking overly impressed, but winds could be a very big issue with the storm cell itself, so definitely stay in that safe zone. Lightning's still a big issue with it as well. I'm noticing a lot of strikes, so definitely electric. Not seeing any intensification of it, just the cycling part. So we'll definitely have to see how that plays out over the next couple of minutes.
Let's look at the Barron shear rate on that one too. Look at that. I mean, it's, yeah. They're leaving that warning up because they think it's cycling.
Yeah.
I think would be.
Which is smart. I mean,
I
definitely would do that.
Yeah, yeah. And the history of the storm, Birmingham usually is pretty. If they think that a storm is not going to produce a tornado, Birmingham will cancel that tornado warning quickly. Now keeping an eye on rotation near Repton in Conecuh County.
Yeah.
It's from the Weather Service in Mobile. This really is one of those mornings where we're going to need
every single
eyes in the back of our head to kind of stay ahead of all this. But that right there, that's Repton. So let's go into the Mobile. Okay, yeah. Little rotation there. That would be along Highway 84 west of downtown Evergreen in Conecuh County.
Yeah.
Starting to see some lightning pulse up with that as well. And the troubling part is the most dangerous storm environment in Alabama exists east of I-65. Right now, these storms are all west of I-65. But as they move east, our suspicion is that we may see a pretty significant uptick in the intensity. That lightning is just going hog wild there in Lowndes County, isn't it?
I know.
It's just.
And that's the worst thing ever. A house getting struck by lightning. My grandparents had that happen to them several years ago. And it is not a good situation.
That's tough. Hey, good news in Selma. Risk of severe weather is over for you in Selma and Marion Junction and Uniontown and Orville. So the line has cleared you. That's the way this is going to work. When this line right here clears your home, you're done with the risk of severe weather. Right now, it's running from about Rockford to Otaugaville, back down towards Camden and Grove Hill. It's moving steadily towards the east. So it is picking up. It is moving faster now. A lot of the times we've been using, it's really going to be towards the end of those listed times that we gave you. But that's where we are as of 3:30. The line back here, the individual storms are the problem makers. And that one in Conecuh County, I kind of think it's just a matter of time. There's nothing else around it really right now that would kind of compete with it. This one in Lowndes is really in a very competitive storm environment right now. This one is not. I suspect that Conecuh, Butler County may end up dealing with that one with a possible tornado warning down the road a little bit there.
How fast are these storms moving roughly?
About northeast at 40 is what we've been seeing for a big chunk of the night.
Storm track on this? Give a first alert?
Always.
Isn't that what we live for?
There you go.
Oh, thank you. I'm a big-bodied man, so I'm trying to stay out of the way.
So Owasso, Garland, I-65, that's right around mile markers between about 100 and 110. Evergreen is 93, just for some context. Exit 93 is right there for Evergreen.
Got a good barbecue place there, good restaurant. And the Conecuh sausage, a lot of people go there.
Yeah, that's a big one.
They have nice bathrooms if you ever stop.
Oh, man.
You know these well if you travel to the beach. So I know these mile markers very well heading southward.
By the way, and this will be kind of a internal housekeeping that I make external because I'm going to say it out loud.
Sure.
Is there can we use a camera preset for that camera 6 that broadens us out a little bit and brings him more into play? Is that a thing we can do back there? And if we can't, that's okay. We're all still friends. But I just wanted to check and see if we could do that. That way, Nick can hop on in here. So
Yeah, that's better.
Man, they are good, aren't they?
First alert, we got it. I am a big guy, so I was taking too much of the screen.
That's what TMP stands for, is typically masterful performance.
Yes.
It really stands for technical media producers. They're the people you don't see that allow us to do our jobs. So we appreciate them, and sort of indirectly, I think you do too, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be having any of the conversations that we're having right now. Wherever you're watching us, wouldn't be happening. So we appreciate their handiwork quite a bit. So let's see here.
Yeah. Did they cancel that tornado warning? Looks like Birmingham did.
Hey, Birmingham doesn't play. I mean,
No, but I guess Mobile still has it up.
They've got it
I
up
think
for Butler.
yeah, and that little
And then Lowndes
sliver.
is gone.
Yeah, which to me the storm was in
Quite
Lowndes. So
odd. I wonder if they're just really camping out on that Conecuh County storm, and they've kind of.
looks like they're watching. Okay, I see what they did there. We were just looking at that. Severe thunderstorm warning, though. It looks like all the tornado warnings have been dropped, and they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning now for Butler, Conecuh, and Monroe.
We like that decision.
We do like that. There it is. And that's the storm that we gave you the first alert about just a few
That
minutes
may
ago.
end up in a tornado warning sooner than any of us would like to discuss. Just
See if they tagged it tornado
FYI,
possible.
I'm sure they did.
I'm sure.
I'll bet you the rest of that Diet Sunkist. I'll bet you a fresh Diet Sunkist that
They did.
No strong rotation in it at this moment, though. So if there's good news to be found, it's that. So we're back on the live stream on my Facebook and YouTube pages. That went away because the phone battery died.
Oh, okay.
Just in case you, while plugged in, by the way. So I may need to look at my plug.
You were really,
We were streaming.
we were
up a
having
storm.
problems with that plug.
Were you? Yeah, I may have more problems with this plug. I don't know. But what I'm going to give it the old college try. It says it's charging, but it said that earlier, and then
I have another plug if you need another plug.
yeah, it may do it. Honestly, though, I can move this to the plug right back here, and probably get a good charge on this puppy. So if you'll, all right.
Josh is plugging in his phone.
We're doing it right. For a reason, I promise.
And you know what? We always suggest that too. When we always say prepare for severe weather, charge your phones.
I
Because
charged mine too. I followed my own advice. But
well, when you're running it 24/7, these iPhones just suck the battery real quick.
it did.
So
it went down.
happens.
It did. It was not a great.
No, it happens. It happens. Happens to the best of us, and there's the rest of us.
And right now, I'm the rest of us.
So if you're watching us, we had a tornado warning. Josh was on for quite a bit with that storm.
84 years.
It looked, yeah, Titanic reference. Thankfully, it has lost its strength. Still producing a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning.
It's got really messy in there. I think that there's a new severe. Autauga, Elmore, Northern Montgomery, Northern Lowndes. Welcome to a severe thunderstorm warning. It's for damaging wind up and down that line.
Yeah.
You've got some big numbers up here. Now remember, these are a few thousand feet above the ground. Not all of that 79 mile per hour wind is going to make it to the ground, but some of it will. And as it does, it's going to be enough to where we are going to deal with some damaging wind gusts. There's really no way around that. It's just something that is going to happen.
Could take down trees, power outages. So be like, Josh, plug in your phone now.
Right.
So you can stream us wherever you are. As you mentioned, we're on YouTube, Facebook.
The entire WSFA family of
WSFA.com/weather
apps, too.
or stream.
We're in on all of that.
So we're pretty much everywhere you are. We're tracking this line of showers and storms. It's currently working its way across the region. We had tornado warning earlier. Thankfully, that was canceled. Now the main threats, at least at the moment, are some damaging wind gusts. Have a severe thunderstorm warning for basically the river region right now, the metro, which does include Montgomery, Prattville, and Wetumpka. Have another severe thunderstorm warning a little bit further south. That includes our friends in, looks like Monroe, Conecuh, and far southern Butler County. I know the exit 114 very well. That's included on I-65. Have family down between Gant and Red Level, so that was the way that we would travel down there. I guess it's the Florida short route. Goes down toward Andalusia, the 4-lane highway that just ends into a 2-lane road.
Right.
So definitely something we're watching. Thankfully, no tornado warnings at the moment, but unfortunately, these storms that are kind of ahead of the line itself are in an environment that's very favorable that could produce tornadoes. So definitely something we're going to have to watch every single one of these storms right now. Lightning in there. And can be very intense over the course of the next several hours. Winds starting to pick up. Look at that. The camera's shaking just a bit. See the I guess, PNC building there. Whatever that building used to be, they took the logo off the top of it. So definitely shaking of the camera.
Ooh, train station, a lot of lightning. Yeah, this is Maxwell's right over here. That's I-65 running north and south. And yeah, this is the ASC Credit Union Camera Network looking out over downtown Montgomery on a stormy Monday morning. What a way to start a work week. Are you kidding me? Storms, and then we deal with a cold day.
It's the most Monday of Mondays.
Temperatures in the 40s, 30s and 40s most of the morning. This is just going to be
0 out of 5 stars.
A little disrespectful in terms of the cold weather.
I wonder if that batch of storms we were watching is getting interfered by the main line itself, just because they're starting to get a little bit closer together.
Almost
than what
like
they
the mechanical
initially were.
forcing is kind of just causing all these towers to go up. Yeah, so there could be some destructive interference. These storms are along the cold front, and there's a lot of literal just mechanical forcing here. Cold air is undercutting warm air, causing it to rise. And as that gets closer, these storms will intensify, yes, but eventually they'll do more than that. They'll sort of just get overrun with all this upstream development. And that's a good thing. We like that. When that happens, they will start to kind of work against themselves a little bit. Hopefully that trend continues as this all comes east. So you've got a cluster of storms down here, Lowndes, Montgomery County, strong gusty wind possible. We'll watch for any more rotation. That has a history of producing some. Then you have the possibility of damaging wind gusts coming now into Otaugaville, Independence, Booth, Marbury, Pine Level, Boones Chapel, Prattville. That severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, goes into northern Lowndes, so around Benton, back to Lounsboro, near Hayneville. Montgomery is in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. And then back over to Wetumpka in Elmore County, up towards Slapout, Holdwell, Lake Jordan. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of damaging straight-line wind gust on the order of 65 to 75 miles per hour. This will not be you know, the end of the world or anything, but this will be a nasty line of storm as it comes through, because not only is it producing quite a bit of wind, there is a barrage of thunder and lightning. This is going to wake a lot of people up, Nick.
Yeah, assuming they're not already up now.
Right.
Because it's been pretty bumpy already this morning, especially in West Alabama. Generally speaking, these storms do move west to east. So if you are pretty quiet right now and you're like, storms, what storms? They're on the way. So if you're not dealing with any of that right now, be thankful, but we need to go ahead and prepare for some storms, as you'll see something like this heading your direction.
That's wild, isn't it?
It looks like that S word we don't want to talk about.
I know, right? It's just pouring rain now. This is Montgomery Regional Airport. It's raining sideways and almost into the camera there, I think.
I say, shout out to their internet.
Yeah, right. They've got the good stuff over there. That's the view, again, at our Fly MGM cam. This is part of the ASC Credit Union Camera Network on a stormy and bumpy morning. The core of that southern storm that was coming out of Lowndes is going over the airport now, or very close to it. So that's what I'm tracking there.
Yeah, another word of advice. I know a lot of people have to get up early. We have a lot of people who do shift work, maybe at the Hyundai plant, or maybe you are at one of the hospitals about to get off your shift and head home or go in a little bit early. You may have to contend with this. So if you can, leave a little bit early on the roadways, because it may be dry right now, but it could turn into something like this pretty quickly. And also keep in mind too, and I like to say this a lot, the posted speed limit on the road is if it's perfect and ideal driving conditions. This is perfect, not ideal. So you're gonna have to take it slow out there, as you could run into just a wall of water, intense thunderstorms, lots of lightning, heavy rain, gusting winds. Not great for those high profile vehicles out there. So definitely a storm to watch. And if you can, leave a little bit early, never a bad thing to do. I know it's Monday, but better safe than sorry if you're heading in or heading home from one of those overnight shift workers, or heading in early like we do here on the morning show.
Right. And, you know, I leave work at about 11:30 every night.
Sure.
And a lot of the Hyundai traffic is
heading,
yeah, right.
their overnight
I'll see them
shift,
on the
yeah.
interstate and stuff. So heading both ways. So that's the storm we're watching out at the airport, by the way. That one right down there. I'll zoom in a little bit, and you can see that core is right over Montgomery Regional Airport now, back towards Cantaloupe. Katoma Elementary School would be out here. That's Cantaloupe Road heading north. That's US 80 heading back to the Lowndes County line. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind, and that makes that a ton of lightning in that one as well.
Just on this screen, I'm just curious. 381.
381
That's a lot.
strikes.
Just on this map right here.
Yep, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a little southern sneaker here.
I'm going to say, look at the one down there near Atmore.
Yeah,
Is that the one you're seeing?
Yeah, it's a sneaky little thing, isn't it? Yeah, so all of this down here will need to be watched, because this is all going to come across south central Alabama over the course of the next 2 to 3 hours. So between now and about 6:30, Andalusia, Greenville, Troy, Enterprise, Elba, you're going to deal with some of these storms, and I suspect some of them may rotate. We can't even rule out a few tornadoes in that mix as well. So right now, no active tornado warnings anywhere in Alabama, but our good fortune may not last the rest of the night.
Especially that zone that is untouched, where we're seeing Union Springs, Troy, Ozark, Enterprise, Andalusia, that area. So definitely something we're going to have to watch, because this, unfortunately, is the primed region for these storms in the morning.
Right. A lot of shear, hasn't rained much. And, you know, a lot of those short-range models that we use for events like this, there was just a lot of runs over and over and over, consistently showing somewhere down in here you ended up with some big storm that went kind of crazy. And we all know the models are never going to get that exactly right, but when they keep showing the same part of the state over and over, you have to at least think, okay,
General idea.
South and southeast Alabama, we've really got to watch those areas pretty carefully. So that's what we are here doing now at 3:41 a.m. I'm Josh Johnson. This is Nick Gunner. You're watching continuous weather coverage on WSFA 12 News Montgomery and on the WSFA family of apps on your Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Roku, Facebook, YouTube,
Android TV,
your iOS device on the news and or weather apps, and your Android device on the news and or weather apps. We have lots of ways for you to watch and pay attention to the weather. We have active thunderstorms now on the prowl. A line of them run from about Kellyton back down to Pine Level, Marbury, the west side of Prattville, Benton, Camden, and around, so we'll go back down towards Mobile. The line is moving east quickly. And Nick, I think if there's a saving grace for us in Montgomery, in a weird way, it's going to be that the line intersects this. Now, what you have to be careful with when you get into these cell merger processes, when a line overtakes these clusters of storms out ahead of it, sometimes that can, if they meet in the wrong way, one storm can sort of nudge the other storm into a bad direction and cause a very localized ramp up of wind shear that happens very quickly. So we'll keep an eye out for that. From a broader perspective, it's a good thing, right? Because eventually, when this line clears you, you're done. And if these two can interfere with each other for a while, all the better for us. So how and when they come together, that'll be critical in determining whether this is more good than bad. I suspect it will be more good, but I've seen it go the other way, too. So that's something we'll just kind of watch, wait, and see the radar data there. But all of that, the issue down south is the line's hanging back a little bit.
Yeah,
right.
and a little bit further apart.
So, right, yeah. So that area right down there, and I think you could probably even draw that up over into Union Springs and Auburn a little bit too.
Yeah, and something else too, depending on how long it takes for those two to intersect each other, if it does, you're going to get an intense rain, a hefty thunderstorm, kind of back to back.
Right.
for parts of Montgomery County. So
That's exactly right.
you're dealing with it now. I mean, we saw what the airport camera looked like, and then you're going to deal with it again right afterwards. So it's going to be kind of a double whammy for you when it comes to the intense lightning, heavy rain, thunder, wind that we're dealing with, and then it's going to happen right after that. So if there's a lull, don't expect it to be done.
It may not last forever.
It may not last forever.
Wait
Now,
until the line is through.
right. Now, Demopolis, things are looking real good. You can go to take a nap before you have to go off to work. But
And the next thing you see fall from the sky in Demopolis might not even be liquid. How's that for a...
not the S word I'm thinking right now.
The reason I'm even talking about it, let me show you this. This is the, we'll use the latest run of the high-res rapid refresh. So the line of storms, kind of a big clustery mess. Overall, I would say this is initialized decently, not great. You know, we missed that down there. We've got some stuff over here. But what this continues to show is this band on the back side of things later this morning. Now understand, by 7:45, this is the only part of this that's severe. I know if you live back here, you see the red and the orange and the yellow. Those are just showers and downpours, maybe a little sleet mixed in with that. And then look what happens coming out of Mississippi. I think a lot of this is rain, but there's enough in this, enough evidence to support the idea of a few random wet snowflakes mixing in with raindrops, primarily north of Montgomery, during the morning and into the early afternoon north of I-85. The ground is warm, the temperature's way above freezing, you don't need to worry about travel problems. I just don't want it to freak you out if you do see it.
Alabama Live and the News at Noon with me today is going to be very interesting.
Show some tower cameras, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be like, what's happening outside?
That ASC Credit Union Camera Network are going to get a workout.
So we'll see. You'll have to stay tuned later on today.
Yeah, and this is one, too, where I suspect up here, I think the ground could turn white up here. Temperatures are a little colder. They get a little more of it. So if you have travel plans, you know, I think Alabama's fine. But if you're getting up into the North Georgia mountains or going to the Smokies today, maybe you're doing spring break before the rest of us.
Let's say spring break.
Right, yeah. Well, and some schools are a little, you know, they do it a little differently. But
kids, if you're watching, enjoy it until you get into the real world.
Right. We do not get a spring break.
No, 24/7.
We get 2 all-nighters and 5 nights. That's what we get. Woo! Gotta love it. Line of storms coming through Autauga now. Rough weather along the leading edge of this in Prattville, the wind picking up there. Thunder, lightning, some gusty wind in the mix. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. We'll do a quick little check up and down the line for any rotation. I don't see anything that really jumps out at us there. This really does look just sort of like a wind set up there into Elmore, back down into Autauga and northern Lowndes. So thunder, lightning, gusty wind would be the main concerns there. Then you've got a big cluster of storms back here into Montgomery, eastern Lowndes.
The pinks, that's a little concerning, especially with how...
That's that same kind of mess that's been out by the airport for a while now.
Just
go back
intense
the last
rain.
30 minutes. It's not moved a ton. We've kind of just had one core after another go along Highway 80. I think that one that's out near the Sabic warehouse, that'll end up close to the Montgomery airport.
I wonder if we'll see some flooding issues.
It's very possible. I think Catoma Creek floods if you sneeze in it too many times.
True.
So I
Turn around, don't drown. I'll say that.
Probably have some issues there. Let's go into... Make sure we don't have anything spinning that we don't want to spin. We don't want any of it to spin, but so far so good. The issue will be once these storms get east of I-65 and get into that little more favorable storm environment, I think we may start to see this go up a little bit. So it's 3:47. We are tracking an intense line of thunderstorms now through much of central, west, and southwest Alabama. East Alabama, a few downpours scattered around Russell, Barber, Geneva County, but these are just sort of showers. The main storm setup is back here. The heaviest of it right now is along the Autauga-Elmore line. That's a pretty intense little pop there, just south of Deatsville. Raining torrentially now near Pine Level. That's exit 186 right there. That's Highway 31. There's a subway right there. There's a gas station right there. This will be a little bit east of that. moving towards Deatsville, Holtville, Slapout, and Titus. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and some gusty wind in that mix. Then back down to the south, raining torrentially now in downtown Prattville. You've got some thunderstorms building on the north side of Montgomery. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, some gusty wind in that mix as well. And we can probably get a really good view into that from downtown. Looking back from the RSA Tower, looking straight back towards Maxwell into that mess. You can see the camera shaking a pretty good bit here. Flashes of lightning across the sky from time to time as well. So the lightning is popping over downtown Montgomery right now. You've got a lot of that thunder, a lot of that lightning, a lot of that gusty wind now getting into Alabama's capital city, particularly the west side of Montgomery. A lot of lightning in there as well. So you don't have to be out driving this morning. Don't do it. It's going to be a pretty wet go of things for another hour or two anyway, I think, for Montgomery and surrounding areas. So this is all moving east. It is accelerating a little, especially from Montgomery north. The line's really beginning to move east somewhat.
Sure.
Down to the south, it's still kind of lagging behind a little bit. Speaking of south, I want to go down there and check in on that thunderstorm that we've got now over northern Conecuh County. That one's the one that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. There has been some modest rotation with that at times, west of Georgiana, north of Evergreen. But there's not enough in it to really get terribly worked up about any sort of tornado warning or anything like that. It's just kind of something in the back of our mind that we'll kind of keep an eye on and watch here as we move forward. Yeah. So, all right, that's where we are as of 3:50 in the morning. Active thunderstorms on the prowl across the state.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Yeah, a pretty intense line. So still something we're having to watch pretty closely. This was the storm, though. I guess this is in southern Montgomery County or central Montgomery County that had the tornado warning with it a little bit earlier. Still a weird shaped storm itself, but was not seeing much by the way of rotation when I was looking at radar just to see. Our little small storms that we've been watching in East Alabama seem to be behaving. We like that. Not seeing much by the way of lightning with those storms anymore, so we like to see that too. So no intensification at the moment, but still watching the kind of untouched areas in the, I guess you could say, southeastern half of our state, where we're watching for that potential for some intense thunderstorms that could form later on in the morning. 65, terrible right now. From Montgomery all the way down to Fort Deposit.
Tons of lightning.
I mean, I would not want to be driving on that at all. I would probably just try to get an exit before you, because there's a like 12-mile stretch where there's no exits.
Right.
So I would try to maybe hit an exit and stop for a little bit before you keep going southward. So definitely.
And then you got the line lurking back behind it too. Like you said, this will be an area where they get that sort of 1-2 punch where you get this one and then the line itself comes through. This one right now looks stronger than the line.
It does. So definitely, it's still going to see intense rain, but the lightning is just intense with that cell.
Just does not want to quit, does it?
No.
All over the place. 153, and most of that's with that one single storm there. That's
crazy.
That is wild.
But I don't see any rotation with the storm itself.
That's what I was looking at. There's a couple of these, even the one out by the airport, that's got that kind of little
sus, as the kids say.
Little shape to it. But if you go into the velocity products, there's no signs of anything. The bear and shear marker is thoroughly unconcerned with it, which we like. That's a good thing. Don't see much, yeah.
No, just a little bit.
Southeastern Lowndes.
But that's where that line is itself.
Kind of where that big mess is, right around Fort Deposit.
So I wonder if it's just picking up wind.
Probably so. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, some gusty wind. Maybe a little modest rotation there, but that's not nearly enough to get us concerned about the possibility of a tornado in that. So, all right, let's check in with our friends at the National Weather Service. Talking about snow, actually.
I know.
Cold air is coming in fast with the wraparound moisture. Yeah, and we'll zoom out and show you that too. In terms of how fast it gets cold behind this, it does not take long. I mean, this is one of these where it's almost a line in the sand. Demopolis is 52, Montgomery is 70. And you go back into Mississippi, you're in the 30s and low 40s. So It is literally on one side of this front, it is spring, and on the back side of this front, it is very much winter, because not only is it 52 in Demopolis, the wind is howling, it's still raining, it's cold, it's wet, it's windy, it's miserable. Yeah. So again, I'm not telling you to call in sick, but I am saying if there was a day to do it this week, and you're not wanting to spend that day outside in the nice weather, you just want to maybe chill inside and not have to fool with anything, this would be a primo day to do it.
Fortunately, I missed out on calling in sick.
I did too, actually. In fact, I came in 12 hours early, so that was cool.
It happens.
That was pretty great.
It happens that way.
It does, right.
And still technically, we're still technically in winter. I mean, the first day of spring is not until Friday. So.
As we are about to be sternly reminded,
yes.
we are still
winter,
deep in the throes
winter season was like, you know what, I'm going to show up.
Y'all forgot about me.
Just wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'm rolling up. Oh, I see.
I'm gonna show up and show out for a few days.
So really messy now around the river region. You've just got all these sort of interacting storm complexes. The line itself is overtaking the clusters of storms that have formed out ahead of it. We'll have to watch as that happens. You can get these nudgers that sort of nudge these storms to the right, and that ramps up their ability to produce a tornado very briefly. Then the storm line overtakes them entirely, and they sort of start to work against each other. So this can be a good thing, but it has to be watched, right? It has to be watched very carefully. Weather Service in Mobile, they've got some hail in Perkinston, Mississippi. Outside of that, not a lot of traffic with them right now. So we remain in continuous weather coverage here on WSFA 12 News and on the WSFA family of apps. We do have Today in Alabama coming up at 4:30. So that will be streamed, by the way.
Sure.
Everywhere you're watching this, basically. That will be streamed in the same places.
I may have to duck out for a little bit.
I was about to say, you probably have some work to do.
Just a little bit. Got to prepare for this cold.
Right.
So.
Right. At this point, I say, I doubt we would be in continuous weather coverage during Today in Alabama if this map stays the same.
Sure.
Huge disclaimer there. Right, yeah, I'm just talking us straight into a hole. But just kind of for internal planning purposes, that's only 35 minutes from now. A lot can and will change, but I think for now the plan may be to drop off the TV side at 4. What is that? Is that early? Do we have what
early
is it
today?
For? Early today?
Yeah.
So we'll roll a half hour of early today. We will keep watching. We're not going anywhere. We'll probably keep streaming as well, right? We'll put this on we'll continue on the live streaming services that we're on up until 4:30, when you can stream Today in Alabama on the WSFA family of apps. I'll drop off Facebook and YouTube at that point and drive you over to those official WSFA sources. If you're watching this on my Facebook and my YouTube, we'll wind that down at 4:30, and I'll post a link to where you can watch live on Facebook and YouTube there. So the coverage will continue, but it may kind of just morph in terms of what you're seeing and where you're seeing it. Yeah. So.
And National Weather Service Birmingham, they just stated that they'll let the counties from the first watch that was issued expire at the top of the hour.
Okay.
So in 5 minutes, or well, I guess 4 minutes now.
So that means the SPC did a pretty phenomenal job of issuing that watch till 4 a.m. because
sure,
that's almost exactly where the line will be, almost exactly out of those counties at 4 a.m. Because they added Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, Montgomery. Those were added after the fact. Yeah, they actually added those after they popped the tornado warning in Monroe.
Oh, okay.
Because I think they saw that supercell and were like, oh, hey, we need a tornado watch up. And so, yeah, that was pretty good stuff. Pretty nasty storm up here.
Yeah, they're seeing some higher winds heading toward Wetumpka right now.
Yeah, that's tough looking. Lots of wind in that. Let's go to look at the raw velocity product here. Oh, yeah. That'll do it. 76, 75 mile per hour inbound wind. And remember, in Elmore County, you're getting close to the Maxwell radar. It's in southern Tallapoosa. So these wind speeds are being measured probably between 1,500 and 2,000 feet above the ground tops, probably a little less than that. So not far above the ground, you've got some 70, 75, 80 mile per hour winds. But not all of that will make it down to the ground. But a lot of it probably will, given the fact that we have some really intense convection in the area helping to sort of duct it down. And I wouldn't be surprised either if we had some hailstones falling out of the sky right there north of Elmore, very near Alabama Highway 14, back up towards Holtville, Slap Out, and Lake Jordan. So torrential rain there. Let's look in and see what it looks like in Wetumpka now. Ooh. It looks rough in Wetumpka now. I think it looks rough everywhere right now. Lots of rain, lots of thunder, lots of lightning in lots of places.
Just one of those mornings. And it looks like we're starting to get those lines merging because they are just super close to one another now.
Mm-hmm. And that happened quick, too.
It did.
I mean, these storms, when it got going in Monroe County, it was way out ahead of the line. And now that northern line is just surging very rapidly east. So it's catching up. It was running an hour or two behind as it arrived out of Mississippi, but now it is really beginning to literally get some wind in its sails and get pushed right across the state very rapidly, particularly the northern sections of the line. You go down, let me show you on the Mobile radar. The southern end is still hanging back some. So unfortunately, that will probably mean a fairly long duration threat across South Alabama because the threat isn't over till this line passes.
Sure.
Right now, it's really hanging back there, still west of Mobile. So this is one that we may be dealing with for a pretty long time. Let's check in on
Can we go
Butler.
back to that one? Just because the shape of it is
not my favorite.
Not a fun thing. I mean, just a little.
Not a ton in that, yeah. I'm with you, though. As soon as I saw the shape, I thought, oh, boy, here we go. So, yeah, I think we still need to watch that one. That's coming into Georgiana now. Probably some strong wind, maybe some pea-sized hail along Highway 106 west of Georgiana. That's going to keep moving east-northeast and go right over Georgiana, and then from there head on over into eastern Butler County and far western Crenshaw County. But for now, we'll just watch it. The shape is concerning, but the actual data itself is a little more forgiving at this hour. Let's go back into the Maxwell radar and keep an eye out around Montgomery. It looks like we're not missing much. We'll keep an eye on that. There's some rotation there south of Pentlala. It's broad, though. Broad rotation is a good thing. I know that sounds bad. You hear the word broad, you think big. For tornadoes, you really look for tight rotation, right? You don't look for the big, broad, slow stuff. So, all right, we'll wind this down. I think for now we'll head back to programming on WSFA TV, simply because we do not have any active tornado warnings, and a lot of the storms are relatively well behaved now. Plus, frankly, we need a few minutes to get ready for a 2.5-hour newscast. So I will keep streaming for a little while longer. We'll send you back to the early Today show, but if you want to watch continuous weather coverage, go now. Download and use that WSFA First Alert Weather app. You can also stream at WSFA.com/live. We'll continue coverage on the streaming apps. We'll be back on the air if we see anything concerning, and we'll be back on the air either way at 4:30 with Today in Alabama with this gentleman right here and Judd Davis and Jasmine Williams. So they'll see you in a few. I will keep talking, though. So how's that work?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, you go get ready to do some news. We'll send you back to programming on WSFA. We will continue streaming, though, on all the places we're streaming. We've got you covered.
And the early matches to watch out for.
Unite. We've got a lot of folks talking and listening and a lot of things happening. So we continue in streaming coverage now on the WSFA family of apps. Great interest, several large clusters of thunderstorms moving now into Elmore County. A little rotation there north of Wetumpka. That storm, I don't like that storm. Really nasty stuff now into Elmore, pouring torrentially from around Weoka back down towards Wallsboro, the YMCA camp up there, then back to the west and northwest side of Wetumpka. Just not a fun morning at all. Let me show you what it looks like up there right now. This is downtown Wetumpka. We have the Wind Creek Casino and Hotel, and boy, oh boy, is it just pouring rain, thunder, lightning, gusty wind. Just a nasty go of things here in downtown Wetumpka at this hour. That's the ASC Credit Union camera network. A messy radar screen and a lot of things happening here. The line of storms is overtaking those clusters of storms that had formed out in front. You got to be careful with that. Sometimes that can lead to a quick, not unpredictable, but a quick and volatile increase in wind shear. So we're going to really have to be on our toes here in Elmore County, especially that right there. We've got our eye on that. Some rotation there between Wallsboro and Wetumpka. Just a messy storm merger process ongoing there, and that's why we've got that rotation. Very strong wind within that. You'll notice within that cluster of thunderstorms, that's the strongest wind in the whole bunch, is right there close to Wallsboro. 70-mile-per-hour inbound wind being measured by the radar coming in from just east of Tallahassee there. The Maxwell radar there in northern Macon County, right there. So we will have to keep a careful eye on the rotational part of this as this storm passes very near and just north of downtown Wetumpka. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind in that mix as well. So lightning's increasing across that entire corridor right now. Weather Service in Birmingham keeping a very careful eye on that entire situation right now with what we're seeing on radar there. So Elmore County, we've got our eye on you as we stream away here early on a Monday morning. All the streaming, all the time. Small hail inequality. Lightning, thunder, no joke, I bet. Some power coming back on in some of these places. That's a good thing, right? This has been a bumpy night for sure in a lot of places now. Just want to make sure needed to make sure all the streaming things were still working, and they are. That's good news. Barron Shear Marker doesn't like what it sees at all with that merging storm there between Wallsboro and Wetumpka. Storm relative velocity indicating some rotation as well. So there's no formal tornado warning, but we definitely need to be paying attention to the weather in Elmore County now. And frankly, there's not just that one storm. There's really kind of multiple corridors up and down this entire area where we are dealing with the intense thunderstorm wind gusts. New severe thunderstorm warning extends out across the remainder of northeastern Elmore County that was not in the original polygon on over into southern Tallapoosa County, getting in that mix as well there. Hail up to 3/4 of an inch, wind over 70 miles per hour in spots. So that's, again, a severe thunderstorm warning for Elmore County and Tallapoosa County for the possibility of damaging wind gust. And then as these cell mergers take place, that can spin up rotation. So we've got to stay on our toes with this whole band of storms as it comes on through over the course of the next hour and a half. Good stuff. I don't care what anyone says. It's good stuff. Still got a severe thunderstorm warning down south, too, into Butler County. So severe thunderstorm warnings right now, northeastern Lowndes, northern Montgomery, almost all of Elmore, southern Tallapoosa. Damaging wind gusts are the main concern, and we've got kind of cameras up and down this entire corridor here. Let me take you back to Wetumpka. That's really the area where we're seeing some of the worst weather. Actually, let's go by the airport here real quick. Pretty intense cluster of storms out there. Very strong wind, extremely dangerous lightning out here as well. Again, this is the view from the top of the terminal. This is Montgomery Regional Airport. The camera there rocking around considerably as you look back out over Montgomery Regional Airport. Just a rough go of it there. Wetumpka is no walk in the park either. In fact, it may be worse there. The rain falling in sheets now, lightning flashing across the sky, strong wind here. Quite a bit of wind in the Wetumpka area, and you can see that lightning. I mean, this just looks like a maelstrom, doesn't it? It's hard to make anything out of this. Looks like the Blair Witch Project, but tons and tons of rain in that mix. Some thunder, lightning, some gusty wind too. You're under severe thunderstorm warning here. I would imagine we're probably seeing some pretty decent power outage numbers now around our part of the state. Let's pop in there. We'll do the county outages, the raw numbers here. Up into Coosa County now at 200, Chilton County at 800, Perry County at 200, Dallas County has 300, then back into Monroe, Clark, Choctaw, some outages there. Into Dale County, a few outages. That may not even be weather. That may be non-thunderstorm wind that caused that. May not even be weather related at all. There hasn't been any storms tonight in Ozark and Dale County, but it has been very windy. And then some decent numbers up here. Now, remember, it takes a while for these reports to come in. I suspect we will see Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, Montgomery, Tallapoosa counties power outage numbers climb over the course of the next few hours here as this thing continues to intensify. So that's where we are as of 4:07 in the morning. There's no active tornado warnings. There are multiple clusters of intense thunderstorms, strongest of which are here in Elmore County, another little slice here down in Montgomery County, and yet another one down here in Butler County. Now, the other issue we're up against now, as the line moves east, we still have quite a few individual thunderstorms getting going now over parts of South Alabama. You see them better here on the Mobile radar, but Escambia County, Alabama, back into Escambia County, Florida, and then that line curving back towards Gulfport and Pascagoula. South Alabama, you have to deal with all of this before you're done. So it'll be every bit of 7 to 8 a.m. before we can really get this thing fully out of the that core. If you draw a line from about Andalusia to Eufaula, there in points southeast, I think it will take until 7:30 or 8 before we can really get this all the way on out of here. Okay, update from the National Weather Service. Instabilities are high and continuing to increase in the southern and southeastern portions of Alabama with very supportive wind shear. Most storms so far have struggled to organize due to cell mergers, cold pool interactions, and outflow boundaries that are disrupting updraft continuity. Any cell that manages to break through the cap or interact favorably with the moisture axis could quickly become a significant threat, especially for the storms from the Mobile area as they track northward into South Alabama. So they're talking about these storms down here as they come up into, and this one, as these storms come up into more of the I-85 corridor, they get into an increasingly volatile environment where we can start to see some more rotation. So we've got to keep a very, very careful eye on the radar as that happens because this stuff spins up quick. There's not a lot of lead time a lot of times with these sorts of things. It goes from garden variety storms, everything's all right, to some pretty serious stuff. All right, some reports coming in, some pea-sized hail north of Wetumpka, pea-sized hail in Holtville and Slapout. We told you that, though. We thought that storm would probably produce some. You get that much purple, usually that's pretty synonymous with some small hail on a day like today. Now, look, if this was a different atmospheric setup, there would be some larger hail involved, but the environment right now not really primed to produce hail, so that's some good news to be found there. Then more storms, intense storms back into Montgomery. We can actually show you what those look like now as well. We'll take you into the Alabama State University camera. It's rainy, it's windy, it's stormy. This is the view looking out over ASU's campus. Nice shot here as you look out over Hornet Nation. ASU Stadium down there looking good. There's I-85, Jackson Hospital there. What little traffic we have along I-85 moving cautiously. That's good. Keep that up as that morning drive begins. The rain sticks around, by the way. The severe weather part of this, if you live in and around Montgomery, doesn't last a whole lot longer. In fact, if you live anywhere left of that line, the risk of severe weather is over. Clanton, Prattville, Selma, Millbrook, Camden, Millers Ferry, Demopolis, Marion, Uniontown, Jemison, Thorsby, Rockford, Grove Hill, Monroeville. The risk of severe weather has ended in those places. But east of that line, we still have some miles to go here, figuratively and literally speaking. But we'll be able to clear some of these counties out momentarily. Autauga being one of them. The risk of severe weather is ending in Autauga County, Coosa County. We're done. But Elmore, Montgomery, down into Butler and northern Conecuh, that's the core of it now. And then these storms coming out of Escambia towards Covington. Those are going to be problematic as well as we look forward in time here. So some heavy rain, some gusty wind, some thunder, some lightning in that mix. So far, we don't see any significant rotation, but as the Weather Service notes in their discussion, that could change at any given moment.
Strong to severe storms are working their way across
again, one of
central
those,
and
I've
South
said this a few
Alabama this
times
morning.
tonight,
Will
where you
exit
just
as the
sort
day
of-
wears on.
we're
Temperatures
all
today
watching and
dropping
waiting
into
together.
the 40s and
Speaking
then
of together,
around or
today
below
in Alabama
freezing
begins in
tonight.
about 15
Behind the
minutes.
system, we could see
And
a
at that
quick
point,
snow flurry.
I
As we
will
head
drop
toward
off the
Tuesday,
live
Wednesday,
stream on
Thursday,
the
we start
Josh
to dry
Johnson
things out.
WSFA
Cold Tuesday in the
Facebook page
50s with
and Josh
lows at
Johnson
around
Weather
freezing.
on YouTube.
60s, 70s by midweek.
and point you to Stream WSFA on the WSFA family of apps.
Stormy start to our Monday.
or you
We're
can watch
tracking a
over
line
the
of
air.
showers and storms with
Dish
strong
Network,
to
you can watch
severe
over
weather
the antenna,
possible,
or you can
along with the
stream it
chance for a
live.
few
It's
snow
free.
flurries
Just
as we
download
head
the
toward this
WSFA
afternoon.
weather app. Scroll to the bottom. There's a big button that says Watch Live.
Cold
And,
front sweeping
tap
across
that
the
at
area this
4:30. It'll
Monday
say Today
morning,
in
bringing with
Alabama,
the
and
threat
you'll get all the day's big news stories. And meteorologist
First
Nick Gunn
alert
will be
this
doing
morning as a line of
10
showers
hours
and
worth of
storms work their way
weather,
across
right?
the
So
area.
that's,
A few storms packing a
that's
punch,
gonna
being
be,
strong
what
to
we start
severe.
doing around
Temperatures
4:30. Now,
dropping
we've got
behind
some
the
mild-
front.
we've got
We'll go
about another
from
15
the
minutes to get
50s this
there, but
morning
that's
into
where
the
this is going to
40s.
go. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be around, and
First
we'll be
alert line of
pushing
showers
updates
and
to
storms working their way
Facebook and
across the
YouTube
area
and
with severe
Instagram and
weather
TikTok and
possible
all
in the
those
morning
places.
time. All thanks to a
As well
cold
as
front that's
helping Nick in
sweeping
the
through.
background kind of
Temperatures will go from the 60s this morning,
get some
falling throughout the afternoon,
behind-the-scenes work
bottoming out around freezing by
during
tonight.
today in
There's a
Alabama.
chance
He's
for a few
working on a lot
snow
of that
flurries
right
on the
now, but
backside of
whatever
the
he doesn't
system
get to,
later
I'll
on
help
today.
with.
We start to dry out, though, as we head toward
37 time
Tuesday with
frame.
temperatures only
I
in the
will also
50s
rest
for
my
highs.
voice a little bit, as I've now been talking for 4 hours and change, which that'll be good. I will enjoy a moment of rest. So, severe thunderstorm warning, southern Tallapoosa, much of Elmore County, and still for far northwestern Montgomery County. I suspect they'll probably be able to let that go momentarily. The worst of that storm now getting out of that part of the polygon and more down into parts of central Montgomery County and then western Macon County. Torrential rain in a lot of this and just tons of thunder and lightning. 97 strikes on this part of the map alone. And when you widen it out, look what happens. That lightning counter goes up to 329. So quite a bit of lightning up and down the line right now. So far, we've managed to escape without significant widespread tornado damage. We'll see if our luck continues. I sure hope it does. That one down in Greenville kind of moving out of the polygon now, but one behind it in Conecuh, that one was going to come on up as well. So this is turning into a mess. A messy convective scenario with multiple clusters of storms being overtaken by a strong corridor, a strong line of storms.
First alert line
and
of
again,
strong
that
storms
knife
working their
cuts
way
either
across
way.
the area this
Sometimes
morning, with
when
a few
these
storms
cell
packing a
mergers
punch
happen,
being severe. This all thanks to a
you get
cold
a
front that's
little
working
nudging
its way
process
through
that
on the backside of the front. A
enhances
few snow flurries possible as
intensity,
temperatures go
wind
from the
shear,
60s this
tornado
morning
potential.
down into
sometimes they
temperatures
have
go from the
negative
60s
impacts
this
to each other,
morning
like
down
what,
to around
the National Weather
freezing
Service
or
in
below
Birmingham
tonight.
pointed out moments ago there, where you get these negative cell mergers, cold pool interactions, outflow boundaries that undercut updrafts, things like that. So it can go either way. It's the moral of the story here. So far, it has helped us, I would say. So far, I think this is that storm that had been producing tornadoes down into parts of, or strong rotation anyway, down into Butler and Lowndes. As it moved into Montgomery, those cell merger processes really helped kind of take the air out of the balloon a little bit. But that may not be the case moving forward, right? We may not have that luxury throughout all of this, because sometimes those cell mergers can go the other way. So we'll just have to kind of watch, wait, and see on that. Let me take you to the Mobile radar, because we really are getting some intense storms going down here now in southwest Alabama. This is really tough stuff now around Bruton, tough storms up into northern Conecuh as well. Everything you see here is going to move on to the east. There's not a lot of rotation in this right now. Again, let's all keep our fingers crossed that continues to be the case here as we move forward. So, special weather statement out of Birmingham. They've got some strong thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Elmore and Tallapoosa. I think they've canceled out Montgomery, or maybe it expired at 4:15. Either way, now the only active severe thunderstorm warning is that one in Elmore and Tallapoosa. The rest of this for now is pretty well behaved. So we'll watch, wait, and see if we can keep that trend going. It's 4:16 in the morning. You're watching a weather live stream on the WSFA family of apps, on the Josh Johnson WSFA Facebook page, and on the Josh Johnson Weather YouTube page. As always, I appreciate you hanging out. on this stormy early Monday morning. Meteorologist Nick Gunner will be along in a little over 10 minutes with another weather update. And today in Alabama will begin, and that's where we'll sort of transition out of the Facebook and YouTube live streams on my pages and go exclusively into WSFA Today in Alabama. You can stream that on the WSFA app. Wherever you go to get apps, just go and search WSFA Weather specifically if you're on an iOS or Android device. You can download our weather app and get great information there. If you're on a smart TV, go to wherever you get apps and just search WSFA. We've got Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV. There's one more, Roku. You can watch on all of those too. The other thing we need to talk about is maybe kind of the weirdest part of this whole thing. This is the high-res rapid refresh. So the storms keep moving east throughout the morning. You'll notice by 6:30, the worst of it's from about Andalusia to Troy to Phoenix City. By 8:30, the worst of it is almost gone. It's right down here. This is all just showery rain back here. But watch what happens here. This band of blue comes out of there. That's allegedly snow. That's where the computer thinks there's a little snow falling. My suspicion is most of this would be rain with wet snowflakes maybe mixing into it. Temperatures at this point will be above freezing. The ground is incredibly warm. We were in the 80s earlier today. We're still in the 70s right now. So between now and noon, the ground doesn't have time to cool off very much. So whatever happens, it's not a travel concern, right? You may see a few flakes fall from the sky, but that would be about the extent of it. Then that all kicks on out of here. Let me show you the Barron model's depiction of sort of all of this as well. The line keeps moving east. By 6:30, it's in the eastern counties. By 8:30, it's gone. And then, sort of what you saw before, a lot of rain with a few little pockets where we mix in some wet snowflakes north of Montgomery through early Monday afternoon. And then the sun goes down Monday evening. It's windy, it's raw, and it is cold. But eventually skies clear. Temperatures will drop, by the way. Monday night into Tuesday morning, we're going to have low temperatures that go all the way down into the upper 20s. So get ready. It is going to turn sharply colder across the state as we go in with that. All right, trees down on Highway 21 north of Sylacauga. That's up in Talladega County. Then you've got active thunderstorms around the river region with a severe thunderstorm warning. And then you've got a whole bunch of other storms that just we're going to have to kind of just watch and wait and see how those play out. Right now, we don't have any active tornado warnings, and for that, we are very thankful. I'm going to grab my phone real quick and see what kind of comments we've got, and if I can answer those before we dip on out of here. And yes, I am sure it's not a I am sure that it's sorry, I'm rearranging some things for some of the streams. It's just one of those things that we have to do sometimes. All right, 421. Bring those pets in tonight, by the way. Rain is gone, just thunder on Georgia Drive. Pike County, the worst of it is still downstream from you a little bit. You've got some time. You don't have to, there's no imminent threat, but Pike County, the worst of it will be 5, 6, maybe 7 a.m. So Covington County down here, so far so good for you, but we've got some storms coming out of Escambia County. that are pretty tough. Let me show you that. This is the Mobile radar down here around East Bruton. Those are coming east. So heads up, Andalusia Op, Stanley, Red Oak, Red Level, River Falls. This is going to be kind of a bumpy go of things with some thunder, some lightning, and some gusty wind. Then back to the north, we've got the active thunderstorm still on the prowl. This is a bumpy go of it. Things are improving in the city of Montgomery. That's some good news. For Wetumpka, things are getting a little better. And so far, most of the storm interaction processes here have been helpful to us, not hurtful. Again, I've gone over that a few times. That can cut either way. So helpful, not hurtful storm processes in terms of how they merge, right? As the line overtakes those individual storms, so far that has been a good thing for us, not a bad thing. We do not see significant rotation anywhere in this at this hour. It is raining torrentially. There's thunder, there's lightning, there's gusty wind, but you know, this is a cluster of thunderstorms. This is what thunderstorms do, right? It is windy, it is wet, there's a lot of thunder and lightning. Here's the view now. Auburn University at Montgomery early on a Monday morning. Plenty of thunder and lightning and gusty wind in the mix with this as well. So lots of rain and storms to be found there. All right, I'm going to wind the stream down. We've got to get ready for WSFA's Today in Alabama. And they're going to be out here in a moment doing mic checks and making sure everything is prepared. So I'm going to wind this down, but we're not going anywhere. Be sure to stream Today in Alabama. That starts at 4:30 on the WSFA family of apps. You can stream it live there with meteorologist Nick Gunner. He'll be in-house keeping you ahead of all this. All right, everyone, hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning. We'll chat soon. What?
I didn't realize that I had my mic still on, and the live stream, like our live stream, you could hear me back there.
I got some text about it.